Today's matchup. ESC Ever. Jin-Air Green Wings. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 1.
Welcome. Oh, there we go. Welcome to LCK Summer. I'm Doa. That is Papa Smithy, and today we have a best of 3-2 for you between two very exciting teams. Actually, it's going to be Jin-Air Green Wings versus ESC Ever, and I'm excited about this one, man, because last time out we saw both of these teams play exciting pick comps. It's a very different style for Jin-Air, especially. So I hope we get more of the same today. It's going to be fun.
And we're lucky, Doa, because, just re-examine the sentence you brought. A very exciting series today, and you specified that Jin-Air is playing a team that was known for those long, drawn-out games, 40-plus minute average game time over what?
I never thought I'd be saying that. Jin-Air and exciting in the same breath, that does not compute, man.
And that's kind of the fun thing, is they showed a new style. They blooded Blanc, this guy who was top of solo queue for a long time. I believe he's second as of today. Longzhu's substitute jungler that you have to think with their recent plight. We'll get some game time soon, and Crash is now #1, but still, he's been right up there. He's reinvigorated the team. It's not like Kuzan was a problem. He's actually a very solid mid laner last season, but they're giving Blanc a run of games. He will be playing again today, so exciting to see how this team develops, because they were decisive in a way that they just haven't been in the past.
They really were. It was bizarre. I mean, the amount of change that team showed was almost to the level of how the Tigers looked once they added Peanut. It just looked like a different team. And with the Jin-Air Green Wings, I don't know if that's something that can continue, but it's at least really cool to see in that first best of 3 of the season. But today's going to be a really big test for Ever as well, because even though they looked good initially, their match was versus CJ Entus, who kind of seems down towards the bottom of the teams we have in the tournament so far anyway. So this will be, I think, a good test for them, because Jin-Air is a strong team. They were a strong team last season. So if Ever can go toe-to-toe with them, that's a really good sign for them going forward.
And it really feels like a proving ground, as you say, because we have to also note that Ever beat CJ, like you said.
Yeah.
But Jin-Air beat Longzhu, another team that's been struggling. So both these teams have, of course, beaten the only opposition that's put in front of them, but they've been, at least based on the other results we've seen, the two weakest teams performing so far. So maybe the rubber meets the road today. One of these teams takes off and really has a big start to the season. If we see a 2-0 here, I think we have a team that's really putting their best foot forward for playoff hopes.
I agree. Or their best landing gear forward? I don't know. We'll see what Jin-Air has for us. Anyway, they have +2, as is ESC Ever, off their 1-2-0 of the season. Samsung up on top of the standings for the moment. But again, it's such a small sample size. We haven't even seen SK Telecom play right now. That's why they've just got a couple slashes.
Yep, a couple slashes. They're not rated, so you can't say the worst team. They haven't played at all. Could still prove to struggle, but I think SK Telecom will be just fine. They play on Thursday, but today's match, like you said, 2 undefeated teams ever really put their best foot forward, won the first series of this whole season, played aggressive style, Tempt and Blessed, their jungler mid laner, both looking great. Let's see if they really are the team that kind of could threaten these top spots, because this is a lineup, at least on paper, that I think could go really far in Champions this season.
Yeah, until the Miami Heat sue them for taking the top half of their logo anyway. But they'll be doing okay. Hey, there's our Korean casters. They're sitting on nice, comfy couches. We're in a tiny room. We've got our vests today.
That's true.
I feel like we're ready to park some very expensive cars for people. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting with these. What do you think?
Look, I can't disagree with you. There is kind of that chauffeur vibe that we've got going on.
Maybe do a magic show at a senior center.
Have you ever taken magic classes, Doa? You seem like someone that could pull a rabbit out of a hat.
No, but I did study some sleight of hand in college.
Okay.
I took your wallet 5 minutes ago. You didn't mention it. I'll give it back to you eventually.
Thank you.
ESC Ever. Crazy Blessed, Tempt, Loken, and our neighbor Totoro, he's playing today.
Yeah, you alluded to him last week. He'll be playing today. a lot of people who haven't been following ever in the challenger scene, this is a guy, of course, Key is not playing today, kind of a superstar. We saw his Bard a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
His Bard is great, but if you remember, he got caught out a lot in that series. He actually spent a lot of the challenger scene. First, he was, of course, competitive ruling and banned, and then actually struggled, wasn't playing for the majority of the playoffs either, then came back for the grand final. So they've actually played Totoro a lot in important games, and now they're giving him another shot. He's more of a laning support. He's not so much known for the Bard or the aggressive roams, but he's a reliable hand to really let Loken open up and carry.
Yeah, we will see if he does just that as they go up against the Jin Air Green Wings. Trace Wing, Blanc, Pilot, and Che. So again, starting Blanc over Kuzan today. See how that works out for them. Blanc performed pretty well, honestly, in their first match of the season. But again, we already have the caveat. That was versus Longzhu.
Sure.
Sorry to Longzhu, but you're not a strong team right now.
I feel when you have to describe this team as a but Longzhu, when they have Chaser, when they have Coco, when they have so many stars, both the teams undefeated, equal second, because of course Samsung has already played that one extra best of three, but one of these teams should be right up there and joining Samsung on the top of the ladder.
Yeah, I mean, these stats really don't mean anything right now since we're only in our second week of the season. KDA rankings.
Look at this chart.
So, all right, so our chart goes 3, 6, 9, 14, 17, 20. So we end up by 3, except for 9 where we jumped 5, and then it was 3 again up until 20.
We actually have the two highest KDA players in the league in this particular match. Pilot at 21 KDA and Tempt at 19. Of course, in one series each, but both of them had excellent performances in their first matchup, and we're going to focus on that mid lane matchup. Tempt, the guy who replaced Athena, who went to EDG last season. He looked really good. His Varus is something that's been significantly banned against him. We saw it finally in Champions in the second game of their first series against CJ. And then Blanc, his Twisted Fate, was cool to see as well.
Yeah, really was. I'm really curious to see if Bless can kind of keep up the pressure that he was doing, too, from the jungle role forever. His
Winged versus Bless really good. Is actually really interesting.
That's true, and very different kinds of junglers, too, because Wing did play Rek'Sai in his first 2 games of the season. Jin Air doing a good job of using that to kind of get a little bit of an edge in the Vision game that's took a hit in 6.10. And also, I mean, Rek'Sai is just good in pick comps, too. He's got that knockup, or she has that knockup, rather. The lovely lady.
Yeah, give her a gender, Doa. We call her a she.
I guess we do.
But, I mean, you talk about the matchup. When we think back to Jin Air, the last time they did really well, which is the start of last season, when Trace was going off on a whole load of carry top laners, Winged was kind of that unsung hero playing control junglers. He loves the Elise. He loves the Rek'Sai as well. Rek'Sai back in the meta really fits him to a T. We have seen Bless play Rek'Sai in the Challenger League, but he looks most at home with Nidalee, you know, with the Nidalee and the Kindred, those really top-tier jungles.
Hey, all right.
It's ready to get into game.
Yeah, picks and bans. ESC Ever versus Jin Air Green Wings. Looks like Twisted Fate and Bard the first ban. So despite Key not playing today, Jin Air still banning that Bard against ESC Ever.
That's strange. Totoro hasn't played a game of that Bard in quite a while. The Nidalee ban makes a lot more sense. We actually have 5 champions at 100% pick and ban rate so far this season. Maokai, Nidalee, Ryze, Echo, and Kindred. So we'll see if either of those top 2-tier jungler picks. No, already confirmed.
Kindred.
Both of them out of the pool.
Yep. Kindred the final ban for ESC Ever. Jin Air, we'll see what they decide to take out next.
Power left.
For it. I mean, would you want to take out something like a Ryze, perhaps, here?
Ryze makes a lot of sense. Rek'Sai also is definitely the strongest jungle pick available. I guess if you're trading Rek'Sai for Elise, you have an option. Now it seems like Elise is really catapulted to the strongest available jungler, but Crazy loves the Ryze. He actually played it in a matchup against Maokai against CJ Entus, so they're happy to snap it up, and of course it is that flex pick for Ever.
I mean, the thing is, though, is by taking that Ryze, that gives Lucian and Elise over to Jin Air. Lucian especially has been first pick worthy pretty much the whole first week of LCK Summer, and Elise, they kind of grab one of the last remaining strong junglers in the pool. I mean, yeah, I suppose you've got Graves as an option, maybe Lee Sin, yeah, if you're blessed. But I think Jin Air did pretty well in the first couple picks here.
It's worth noting in yesterday's series, there was a game where Lucian fell through picks and bans. He was at 100% pick ban rate beforehand.
That was really weird, though.
It was strange, but Ever is more of an Ashe team. You know, Loken does love to both initiate and hard carry. Sivir and Ashe, we've seen very recent data points where he's done massive things, so there are plenty of possible answers available.
I mean, that's the other thing to consider, too, is that Sivir is still available for ESC Ever. Will they actually take this Kha'Zix? I wonder.
We saw a top lane Kha'Zix in the LPL Well, we kind of saw it, just kind of fed in the top lane. Didn't really
It
contribute
was
too much.
there. It didn't really.
It was
do
selected.
much. Wow,
and it
they're
looks like
gonna
it's
go
going to be
with it.
selected here. Okay.
Sweet. All right, so Kha'Zix taken alongside that Karma for ESC Ever. Interesting.
I guess, given the fact that we saw it in the top lane, there's an outside chance that we're going to have some shenanigans when it comes to lane assignments in this game.
I mean, mid-rise, I suppose, maybe top lane Kha'Zix. It seems like with that Karma, they'd be thinking about picking up Sivir. It's going to be the Azir for Blank, though. He did play that, I believe, their first time out, if I remember right. That was their second game. And then maybe the Braum.
Yeah, there's a lot of flexible support options. There's plenty of range support plays. Stuff like Nami is getting picked up pretty commonly. They will lock in the Bard, so they definitely have some pick elements with Elise and now Braum in the lineup.
Sure.
We just have to wait and see. You know, we're waiting forever to really tell us what they're running, because these champs already are very interesting selections. Just where is the Kha'Zix going? It's crazy that we have to even ask that question.
I'm just transfixed by the Korean commentators right now. I'm sorry. You can do this pick ban by yourself. I'm
All
just
right,
gonna
all
watch
right.
these guys for a while.
I'll focus on the action, which
All right.
for now is just really considering their options. They need to pick an AD carry. Sivir, as you say, seems like very much the likely choice. They could go for Ezreal as well. Ezreal is, of course, the native laning choice against the Lucian for the safe lane where you can just hang back. But you've already picked a laning support in Karma, if it is to be Karma support. So you could go for something else, and this is very much looking like it will be the jungle Kha'Zix, and Tempt returning to the Varus that has always been a staple pick. Whether it was Athena in the mid lane or Tempt, they have always been a team that loves to pick the Varus. And you see the summoner spell choice right now, the teleport. They actually pioneered double teleport, including a teleport Varus in the mid lane, back around Kesper Cup and when they went to IEM. So this is definitely a real possibility forever.
Well, that Varus did immense amounts of damage for ESC Ever in their first match
58,000,
against
something
CJ.
insane.
Yeah, it was crazy for sure. Looks like Echo, the final pickup for Jin Air. They're going to send that up to the top lane for Trace.
But this is something that Ever do. They're happy to pick confidence picks for themselves, even if there's a natural counter on the other side there. If you see Braum picked in an earlier rotation, they will still take the Varus, even though he's still able to block a lot of damage with the Unbreakable. They took Ashe into Braum last week as well. So this is just Ever playing out their game plan. It's just, can they navigate the early game with a Kha'Zix? We saw Africa last season try to make the Kha'Zix work and fail miserably. That was with LeBlanc Kha'Zix, where they desperately needed to get a lot of mid lane snowball. How will this Kha'Zix play? Will it be a very defensive jungle path? Because if so, if Jin Air get pressure in the lanes with the likes of Azir and Echo, and Wing can go counter jungling, you worry about getting blessed through the early game.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be kind of the big test. Winged again with that very, very standard, very powerful Elise pick too. He can put a lot of pressure on that Kha'Zix, I think.
Standard lanes look like Ever's going to be heavily pushed in and top and mid, at least early. Of course, they have the Karma lane to apply some pressure. Will we see them actually initiate a lane swap just to try to baby Kha'Zix through the early levels, stop there being any level 2, level 3 contests in the jungle? Because you have to give the natural advantage, both in pushing and in the jungle matchup, early to Elise.
Yeah, that's right. So it looks like we are loading into the game right now, guys. A big test for ESC Ever as they go up against Jin Air Green Wings, and Jin Air Green Wings trying to prove that they belong in the top of the standings here in the LCK once again. I'm excited, man. This could be a great match. You told me before this you thought it was going to go 3 games. We will see.
I hope we're going to see a hype series. We haven't seen a 3-game series yet. Both these teams have looked great in their early play, and this should cement which team is the stronger of the two and which team is pushing Samsung at the top of the table.
That's right. So with that, Jin Air versus ESC Ever. Time to get in the game. Oh man, I had to speed that one up.
That was the quickest throw to game I've ever heard.
Let me get a game. Looks like it's a Water Drake first up for ESC versus Jin Air here in game number 1 of LCK Summer.
It's fun how the photo tour can now actually show you something pertinent and then go to the grand overview.
It's true. I mean, I gotta say, I get leery whenever there's any sort of randomness introduced in games like this, but as a viewer, as a caster, I really love the Elemental Drakes. It's really, really fun to kind of see it change the game.
So I want to actually draw the viewer's attention to one keystone in particular. Usually these keystones are kind of whatever.
Sure.
Look at Bless. He's actually taking Storm Raider's Surge onto the Kha'Zix. Now, of course, mid lane Rise commonly picks this up this one way. If you do a certain amount of the enemy's health bar, you get the extra movement speed. Think of Kha'Zix's playstyle. You have a very short cooldown on your Q, so you get in there, burst, and then move for the second Q to do more damage. We're seeing Ever go for a delayed invade, and we see Jin Air actually looking to push into lane and actually get some of this first minion wave in the lane swap.
Huh. So Ever not finding anybody right now.
They're just wasting time.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're just going to get to lane late, so already a little bit of an edge for Jin Air, huh?
So there's a lot of teams that love to do this style. You come with your jungler and top laner into a lane before the lane swap, push it up, delay the timings for when the minion waves will break in terms of the lane swap, and you just get extra golden experience that you wouldn't if you started a jungle camp. So when it comes to the rock, paper, scissors of the early lane swap that, of course, has happened because you can't get as much aggressive vision down, big victory to Jin Air in just getting that extra experience onto their duo.
Yeah. The dice were rolled, and it came up Jin Air.
It's funny how there's dice rolls and lane swaps, there's dice rolls and dragons. We Hearthstone now, boys.
It's going to be a bit dicey, yeah, that's right. League of Skill. Well, yes, you ever going for that early lane swap, of course, as is Jin Air. So not a whole lot of interaction between these two teams.
Which suits Ever. Remember, they're going to have Ryze, who has to do his hyper-scaling into late game with his tier and catalyst items. Right. They have Kha'Zix, who is going to fall very, very low in the jungle. There were a lot of buffs to Kha'Zix over the course of many patches. Like a lot of champions, falls out of play, and then you see buff after buff after buff. Eventually, we're kind of at the point where it is tempting to play him. It's just getting him through the laning phase is so unreliable. Maybe this is the game where Ever can make us a believer of the Kha'Zix pick on 6.10.
Well, I mean, it's a good start so far. He hasn't been harassed at all in that jungle, as Winged is on the opposite side of the map as him. But, I mean, the big question is, in those later game team fights, can he get in? Is he going to be knocked away by the Emperor's Divide? Is he going to be cocooned before he can actually get back and do any damage? Is Lucio just going to back away and give him the calling right in the face? So, I mean, with Kha'Zix, you still kind of have to find those flanks to, like, come over a wall at people. You can't run right at him,
The item build also is kind of in flux. When we saw Lyra play him, he kind of went past the jungle item and just went for a very early Tiamat into Hydra, looking for that AoE clear, because Kha'Zix doesn't have a lot of AoE damage when he's clearing camps. Helps him farm more than a jungle item might. But there's, of course, the temptation to just go for the warrior enchant. There's always more data points needed for these edge meta champions like Kha'Zix, and we haven't seen the build that really justifies bringing him into competitive. I want to see a 2-item build for Kha'Zix that actually makes him relevant during the mid game. Right.
So for now, Temp just teleporting back to lane. No big deal. Of course, Blanc did not take the teleport for that Azir, so no TP edge or anything going to Jin Air right now.
But you have to say Ever is really taking a gamble. I mean, they will always do this. They will play teleport Varus. Now, when he played Varus last week, there was no teleport, but it's back this game against Bard Elise, and even the Echo, who will be relevant in team fights. So
Braum Elise.
Sorry, that's right. The Braum Elise, sorry. And then
you get
the
Bard
Echo.
on the brain, man.
I do.
I can't blame you.
I'm thinking of the Bard boys. There's no key, sadly, so
we miss the Bard.
We do. But with all that CC, team fights, navigating as the Varus, even the laning phase, how far back you have to sit just to get safe farm, you do worry for the amount of map pressure you can put on when Ryze is just kind of farming in top, when Varus has taken a summon spell that will force him to hang back in mid. If his flash is down, he basically has to farm a couple 100 units behind his turret. You do worry about the pressure, but that means that Jin Air will have to be proactive to punish what we expect to be a heavily passive early game from Ever.
Well, good poke from Tempt, despite the passivity. Like taking a couple autos, taking a Q damage. Bless maybe thinking about coming in. I feel like Tempt was seeing how much damage he could put onto this Azir, and then if it was good enough, maybe they would have brought Bless in, but they decided against it in the end.
It could have been that he was close to pinging 6, but remember, Blanc has the cleanse, so the kill potential is really not there unless he's below half health. Kha'Zix does good burst damage if the target is isolated, but realistic kill pressure is kind of absent.
Yeah. I feel like it'd be kind of confusing to... Oh, Bless coming in. He's way
what
back.
we were talking about before. Tiamat is the first pickup, so again, to help him clear the jungle. Almost every other AD jungler gets more help clearing from getting the warrior enchant, rushing that down. But Kha'Zix realistically needs the Tiamat if he's going to match the enemy jungler in terms of farm.
So would this be confusing for our dear friends Chips and Noir in France casting if they're talking about Blanc and they call him LeBlanc? But that would get a little bit confusing, I think.
I agree.
I don't know if you do that, though. I don't know anything about the French language.
You probably could just skip over the
You can
masculine
speak
and
it, though.
feminine when you're casting.
I probably can. You would know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You
Okay.
wouldn't say the Blanc, though. You wouldn't say
Right.
the Doa.
Well, you would if you were making like a Homestar Runner cartoon or something. The cheat.
I'm not sure what
Doa?
Gypsy Noir knew when they're not casting League. Maybe that's what they do.
Watching Homestar Runner sounds like a good idea to me. Crazy coming back up to farm in lane, which isn't too crazy, really.
Well, I mean, if you look at where he is relative
Wow.
to where his turret is, he's pretty far up against an Elise jungle. Now, he has
He's
two
got
defensive
wards.
wards, a
Yeah.
pink and also a pretty shallow blue, but Uri is a champion who usually isn't even safe under his own turret when it comes to the pressure of turret dives, but for now, feeling frisky enough to push up.
I mean, he had all of the ways into his own jungle covered except for one, and Wing does get spotted by that ward anyway. Some pings going down, so Crazy should be pretty safe up in that top lane for the moment anyway.
What has Totoro been doing to be 2 levels under the enemy duo lane?
That's a good question. Well, he's only 1 now, so I guess it must have been just like a little over 1.
But still, a full level this early in the game is considerable time out. We haven't seen him invading with the jungle or anything, so I guess
know.
just been hanging back, as far as we could tell.
Didn't see if maybe he, took a lot of damage or something at one point and just had to sit back a bit.
Off camera, he's certainly just taking a chill pill when it comes to picking up experience, but shouldn't be too relevant. Karma is really oppressive even at level 1 with lane presence from Q, so going to be doing just fine.
True.
Trading starts in top. Remember, we do have Kha'Zix hanging around, but going to back away.
Yeah, so despite both of these teams playing aggressive pick comps last time out, this time it is kind of back to business as usual, I feel like, for Jinair.
And when it comes to Ever, they're kind of quelled in their aggression because they don't really have a comp that can force things early. They can get some good picks, but when it comes to junglers doing early dragons or soloing, or even duoing dragons, Kha'Zix has so much of a struggle. The Q damage is there because the dragon is isolated, but you're so squishy innately that you can't really hope to do that. You can't gank the mid lane because of the cleanse. It's a very low percentage gank game for Bless, so Ever farming is a win for them early game. They do play aggressive comps. They do play pick comps where they have to make things happen early, but this is a game where if you get those early snowballs, you feel great. If you farm, you still feel pretty great too.
Yeah, I suppose. Well, CS pretty even across the board. I mean, just not really a whole lot going on. Parallel convergence, but I suppose it is descriptive, isn't it? Whoa, Blank goes in, but Temp dodges the Emperor's Divide.
Yeah, draws the summoner, so successful gank coming through. Now, it's going to be difficult for there to be enough pressure in mid lane. Temp's going to really have to hang back. If they can deny blue from him, that'll be massive, because otherwise he can just stay a screen away and clear with Q, but
Right.
very nice trade from Blanc. And we should talk, I guess, about the Tristana that is the answer they've picked in this game to take on the Lucian. The farming phase has been fine. The issue with Tristana, why we haven't seen her in the meta, is that the itemization for the non-Essence Reaver AD carries is very nebulous. It almost feels like you have to go for one of those Zeal items first. So we could really see Static Shiv coming through from Loken, or we could see an Infinity Edge Rush. Right now only has the pickaxe, but of course could definitely go for Zeal and a Zeal item from there.
Yeah, true. Static Shiv would be great, of course, for the wave clear.
Trist is still definitely relevant in the late game. It's just when every other AD carry can build Yomu's Ghost Blade into Black Cleaver or just get a big 2-item power spike with Mana Moon into Iceborne Gauntlet, these carries that need 3-4 items and lots of levels and time get pushed out of the meta. So making the Tristana work is risky, but they're running Ryze and Tristana, so they're really investing in late game, and it means things like contesting this dragon, just not a world that Ever can opt into.
Yeah, so Jinair gets the first dragon in the game. That's one Ocean Drake, so they will be able to regen out of combat a little bit faster now. Looks like Mountain Drake on the way next, which is good. If you're Jinair, you want to be able to siege at some point in the game, so having that extra damage to turret and big minions too.
And if you're Ever, you desperately want it, because whenever you're a comp like this Varus Tristana who can explode turrets and poke really heavily under turrets, Mountain Drake, I think Mountain Drake is the most powerful, just given its flexible use on both the neutral objectives and the turrets. Some people will say Infernal, and Infernal is very powerful, but the true damage onto objectives and in such an objective-focused game really is strong, and this is a comp that demands it, as Loken definitely does seem like he might actually be going for just straight Infinity Edge.
Wow, alright, just going for that damage. I gotta say, too, that the Mountain Drake more than anything, what I've noticed is that it's just enabled these teams to try for quicker, earlier Barons than you would normally see, too. And so teams have been having a little bit of a hard time playing around that because you just have your opponents taking Baron when you don't expect it to happen because of that Mountain Drake buff. And it really does kind of change the sort of the interactions in the later parts of the game.
But that's why these dragons are so cool, though. It's because
I like it a lot.
Now things will happen in-game. Like, you get these, say, 2 Mountain Drakes early, and then you have to play as if Baron is bugged and takes too much damage. You have to modify your playstyle heavily to play around the new win conditions that are now open to the enemy side. So the RNG element of it's not ideal, but now that we've gone away from this phase where 2 dragons come down, it's the inevitable roll towards 5, nobody contests the 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Now we're in a world where, depending on which dragon spawns, you have to modify your playstyle. And that sort of modification has led to much more interesting games, at least this early in the season.
Yeah, so far. I mean, we've seen the past 2 how, or last week rather, how getting a number of Infernal Drakes can help you go toe-to-toe as an early game-oriented comp against a late-game team comp that doesn't have that buff, too. So,
and there was that triple Ocean game where the regen was just insane. So
that's right.
You definitely get these edge cases where something happens that will happen 1 out of 50 games, just given the perfect roll of dragons. And it's fun to see teams adapt to it, because the best teams are the ones that can make those on-the-fly shot calls, that can modify their game plan based on how the game's going. And that's now not just this guy got super fed, so the game's different. It's now these dragons spawned, and we have to play intelligently around the game that's presented itself to us at 25 minutes.
Right. So for now, Totoro just chasing Che back to his own side of the jungle. Other than that, still not a whole lot of action besides that 1 dragon take.
We cursed this. We called this exciting.
know,
We were like,
I know.
Jinna's exciting. Yep. Based on 1 series. Why do we do this to ourselves?
Oh, Cocoon on to Bless. This might be an opportunity. That's a ton of burst damage as Bless just ults to get out, using
Summon's
that
still
invisibility to escape. Yeah. He hopped away, so he didn't have to use his flash.
No one flashed in the end. Only Tempt has flashed down from that earlier gank. Bless keeps going back, though.
Looks like Trace used his.
Yeah, you're right. So it went for the pick with the teleport. So I think the flash for just the summoner. So that's a good trade there for Ever. But now the map pressure continues to be exclusively for Jinna. So this Rift Herald is definitely a realistic objective.
Yep. And there's not a lot that ESC Ever can do about it, I guess. Ryze can't do anything about it. Besides, he's got too much to do farming minions in lane anyway. He can't be bothered with this Rift Herald.
I mean, double tier, Rod of Ages, Tristana that's not even gone for an early power cycle, because at least Shiv gives you a little bit of burst damage, gives you good wave pressure.
I suppose.
Basically, almost exclusively gone for Infinity Edge. Of course, with the dagger, you could still buy into a Zeal item with the flat AD, but no one has gone for early combat stats compared to Youmuu's Ghostblade on Pilot, the Nashor's Tooth on Blanc. The itemization tells the real story of this game. Jinna want power early, and Ever are happy to wait for the late game to get the most out of their early purchases.
That's right. But are we happy to wait till the late game? I guess you are, probably.
Look, I'm excited to see. I don't mind a team building exclusively for the late game if they actually show an interesting way of getting through a difficult early game. If it's just the enemy team takes the foot off and then gets surprised when they get outscaled, I don't like that sort of a game. But so far, Jinna are taking Dragon. They are taking the Rift Herald. They are pushing advantages in this time when Ever is basically saying, look, ceasefire, we're fine over here, we're just doing our thing. You guys do whatever you want with the map.
I suppose it's true. And Bless, I mean, he hasn't died on this Kha'Zix, but he hasn't really done a whole lot. I guess he almost died once, but arrow goes through.
Ooh.
Oh, Temp trying to steal away that blue buff. Doesn't quite land it, though. That was really close. I thought he was going to get it, but the smite from Winged came through just in time.
Blanc has a blue buff, so unclear if that was the own blue. No, it was the blue, so he was actually able to claim it, which that would have been a very close interaction. Wing doesn't have blue, so it would have gone over to the Azir, so that was actually
you're right.
really close take.
Yeah, my bad.
Went for the roll.
Not bad for Blanc.
Doing an Ezreal impression with the Q, but not quite getting the steal. Jinna showing a lot of pressure around mid. They want to make this game. They want to increase the pace of this game and ensure that these stacking items don't get stacked for free. So the best way to do that, rotate around lanes, rotate around mid. Now, the window to do that, ideally, was when the flash was down for Tempt. It's back up now, so more difficult to really assault this mid lane turret and try and blow open the game.
Yep. But this game could use some blowing open because it's very, very passive right now.
Definitely is.
Dragon in about 20 seconds, that Mountain Drake that we talked about earlier.
And Loken actually went for first item Phantom Dancer. This is really intriguing. So normally you'd expect Static Shiv if it was to be a Zeal item. Phantom Dance is really about trading with an enemy that you're taking damage from and winning a damage trade. So I'm really interested to see what a damage trade between Pilot and Loken looks like with this Phantom Dancer first, because you are going to be reducing that damage by 12%. It's just, you're reducing 12% of what is a super a lot when you're talking about Youmuu's Ghostblade into the Black Cleaver.
Right. Janair gearing up to do that Mountain Drake, and if I were ESC Ever, I would be pretty worried about letting them have it. We may actually see our first fight here. Loken a little bit cut off from the rest of the team, though.
Do they feel powerful enough with a 4-stack Rod of Ages with just a single item on their mid laner? Flash in.
Flash Cocoon onto Totoro, but Totoro just flashes in response and gets away from it. Nice Q from Tempt, taking a chunk out of Che.
With the way that the blue buff timers have been up, the blue buff will be spawning soon. Tempt's actually below half mana, so actually a pretty big problem for Ever.
Yep, very true. Yes, Ever, though, moving down towards that dragon they really want it.
They either want to claim it or delay it. So claiming vision is good.
Cocoon onto Bless. Bless might be in big trouble here. Hops away, gets slowed down by the Q from Che. That Braum passive, though, of course, not procced. Nobody else really around. But ESC Ever not wanting to give up this dragon without a fight. Loken finally coming up. Now, he gets caught! First blood goes over to Janair and Winged. Man, I didn't even see them there.
I mean, Loken had no vision anywhere near, had just seen a Cocoon come onto his jungler to chunk him out, then face-checked a brush and died. So that's just a poor movement from Ever. They didn't have the vision to cut through the jungle so aggressively, and First Blood's very late, but it goes over to Janair.
Yeah. And now they're going to claim the dragon as well. They're taking it right now. And so, one Mountain Drake, one Ocean Drake. And I got to say, things are going pretty well for Janair. And going into this, you were saying 2-1, and you actually said 2-1 Ever.
That's correct.
I never made my prediction, but what I was thinking, in my head, I was thinking 2-0 Janair.
Well,
so look, I'll make that announcement right now. Not based on what I was saying, the fact that winning just reminded me that I was already thinking this.
I like how you're calm and casually pointing out how you're increasingly likely to have a correct prediction.
I feel that it's important that people know.
This is a play-by-play cast, a prediction segment where you're like, actually, if I think back, I think I predicted what happened. I'm feeling pretty good.
Hey, I'm pretty good at predicting winners and things, aren't I? I mean, I just pick SKT and I'm nearly always right.
Look, I put a lot of analysis into my predictions, but just bet on Faker seems like it's increasingly becoming actually the way to go for international competition.
Well, you don't even need to bet on Faker. You just don't bet against SKT.
Well,
that's what you do.
Let's see if that's still the story when Faker's gone from SKT, if that is to happen in the future.
Wow, I hope not, man. Don't. I want to sleep tonight, so don't make me have to worry about that.
That's fair. Look, not going to happen anytime soon, but always the outside chance. The man has claimed a lot of titles in Korea.
Next time I see
Teleport
Faker,
coming in.
Promise me you'll never leave.
This is a
TP
big
coming
flank.
in for Janair. Nice hop from Loken. Parallel Convergence does not catch him. Totoro in a bit of trouble. Turns around to try to tank that ultimate from Braum, and tank it he does. A kill goes over to Pilot. Pilot, not a good neighbor for Totoro. Oh, Bless comes in. Or rather, Bless goes out as Blanc comes in. Nice response from Bless. Just hop over that Emperor's Divide, but Wing going to catch him anyway with that Cocoon. Bless with a little bit of damage from that Q, but Janair has claimed this bottom jungle for themselves.
This pick ban and just the playstyle that's been forced from Ever because they went for all this scaling because they realistically couldn't fight early with all their scaling, Ryze in particular, but the Kha'Zix who also does struggle to have early impact. A lot of these drafts remind me of SKT when they were really flagging in MSI, you know, when they were struggling, when they were on that 0-4 run, when they surrendered the safest objectives. It feels like surrendering objectives early as Tempt's a long way up.
Yeah, he went pretty far up. He flashed. There's a Chains of Corruption in response, but will he get away? Looks like he will for now. So that ultimate, if that hadn't connected, Tempt would be already dead.
Just to return to the point I was trying to make, it feels like in this meta with the elemental dragons, you can't give up free objectives because it's not like before where you could give up 2 or 3 dragons and then say, okay, this is the go time. You can lose very relevant buffs that affect the early and late game if you don't fight for those dragons. So going so heavily into scaling, so heavily into that investment for the late game, feels like it's not the same risk reward with the introduction of the elemental drake. So that's why I fear forever, even though we're probably 2-3 minutes away from them really hitting their stride in terms of power spikes.
Ooh, Infernal Drake coming up next too. So speaking of power spikes, if Ever can grab that, that's going to give them a nice boost. But first, they have to try not to lose their mid lane turret. I don't know if they can do that. It's going to barely live for now. Bless jumps in, Blank, or Blanc rather. Dashes out. I know. It's going to be happening all season.
I really hope you're
Why
casting
do they
ever
do this to
SKT.
me? Why do they do this to me, man?
I'm waiting for Blank versus Blanc.
I don't want the Blanc matchup. I can't handle it.
You managed the Lee-Eve match with Eve playing Eve, so you'll be fine.
Well, I also managed it with Lee playing Eve and Eve playing Lee.
Oh, names.
First world esports problems.
Yep. You did get to cast plenty of Korean matches, Doa. So.
Yeah. I have to cast this, the best region in the world.
Oh, it's a tough life.
Life is hard.
How your diamond shoes doing there, Doa?
Well, more like silver shoes for me, really. Like,
That's fair.
Maybe like silver.
I think
2.
you could pull
silver
off.
2 is.
Oh. I see where you're going now.
Yeah. I was talking about my ranking in LoL.
I think you could pull off diamond shoes, though.
You think so?
Yeah.
If I played enough, I suppose. Maybe.
Yeah, this turret's so low in mid, though. I mean,
Yep.
everything just keeps stacking against Ever, but they have that team comp. I remain to be convinced you can actually use it when you're surrendering things as powerful as an early Mountain Dragon. If they have to surrender the Infernal Drake as well, that's, I think, the bridge too far, where
I think so, too.
even if you've got this 6 scaling, when everyone else on the enemy team's got 8% bonus, has other different bonuses
Yeah.
in their pockets, some of those item break-evens become less relevant.
I agree. I think if Jinair gets this Infernal Drake, I think it's going to be very, very tough forever. Oh, wait for it. Zhonya's basically just kind of negating that Chains of Corruption. Blanc still takes a bit of damage from the Varus Q.
It's not something I actually thought through, but the buffs to Zhonya is basically that they become so cheaper as we see a lot of turrets being taken, and Jin is certainly winning this race.
Oh,
Everett
yeah.
cannot hope to opt into this. They're trying to take 2 for
Whoa.
1, but they're going to lose an inhibitor turret if they don't make a different movement.
Well, Blanc got forced out of mid lane at least, so Ever trading 2 turrets for 2, but man, that second turret that Jinair's taking is in the base. I don't know about that.
When this is
Jinair.
very early in the game, you know, when we see the 10-minute inhibitor takedowns, okay, you can freeze the wave and play around that. When it's this late, when Baron's on the map, you really do not want to give up an inhibitor turret for free.
Oh.
They're going to go for a big play.
Yeah, they're going to try it out. Temp teleporting in. Gets a Q onto Pilot as Bless joins the fray. Has to hop out, though. Flash from Shay. Pilot taking a lot of damage. Gets Root Prison. Nice Q from Temp to pick that kill up. Crazy going in, but nothing insane about that play.
Just a single pick, but the Infernal Drake spawns in 10 seconds. So if
Yep.
Ever picks it up
It's big.
and they get defensive vision around this inhibitor, maybe things won't be so bad, but
They
you
might
really...
lose their inhibitor.
You're right, the minions are actually wailing on it. We can't see on our screens what health it's at, but that's 3 group minion waves.
I mean, it's true, though. They needed this dragon more than they need that inhibitor, and it's actually not taking a whole lot of damage in the end, I suppose, anyway. So, big deal for Ever that they get that one Infernal Drake. And that's a good damage boost. And like we said, they need it right now. They need that damage to be able to go toe-to-toe with Jinair.
Yeah, their scaling going to be amplified with the percentage bonuses, but they're going to really have to be smart at rotating around what is now a big weakness, having your inhibitor turret down in the top lane. It means they don't have a lot of map pressure around their own blue, which is so important for Varus to really get the cooldown low enough to clear those waves with the piercing arrow.
Yeah.
It makes it more difficult and more risky for them to face check and get Baron Vision, and one of the reasons why that's so relevant this game is that who exactly is going to be placing that Baron Vision? They have a ranged support in Karma that can be exploded very easily. Their jungler is Kha'Zix, a damage jungler that won't really build any tankiness till 4th or 5th item. Maybe Crazy can get in there, but right now, getting Vision around Baron is super difficult forever.
Yeah, super difficult forever.
Well, I mean, with this
The
team
rest
comp,
of time.
literally, it will be.
Well, they managed to defend their mid lane turret, though. I thought that was going to go right down pretty fast. Only an auto attack or 2 away. But they cleared the wave, and that'll be fine for the moment anyway.
It's really relying on their lane assignments to make up for what is a lot of pressure
Hello.
on the enemy.
Trace over the wall on the Crazy. Oh, wait. Never mind. I forgot they're both top laners. Oh, no. Bless walks into the brush by the red buff, and that's an easy kill for Jinair. Well, probably shouldn't have been walking in there without vision, huh?
Well, you could have said that about Loken earlier in the game. So Ever really like face checking. Key is someone who's known for this on his support as well, so it seems like a team-wide problem. Ever love aggressive League of Legends, but sometimes they get too brash. They disrespect their opponents, and Jinair are not one to be trifled with.
I guess so. Crazy walking up gets Cocoon, though. Trace and Winged are there. Crazy trying to back off. He's still a big threat, even 2v1 on that rise. But that red buff looks like it's going to go over to Jinair anyway.
I mean, Ever's just not playing around Vision.
Maybe, yep. They force him away for the second. Totoro trying to help Crazy or somebody, anybody except for somebody on Jin Air pick that up. Red buff resets, gets all its health back, and that means it will go over to Loken, who's squeezing his dragon much faster than any dragon should be squeezed. That's disturbing.
Very cruel to the dragon, at least.
It is.
Wave clear's still good, so this turret that's been on life support HP for a good 10 minutes has stayed up, and it means that Jinna haven't got as aggressive vision as they would want, haven't been able to push their advantage, and the items start piling up. 2-item Tristana, soon to be 3, with the last Whisper soon into, well, you'd have to assume would be the Mortal Reminder, given that we have an Echo on the enemy team. The Raya stacking up as well. It's going to be Seraph's Embrace coming through as well before too long, so Ever are hitting those break-evens. They picked up that Answering Dragon that we pointed to as one of the key kind of breaking points for Ever's comp if they were to surrender it. And for now, at least, they've been safe enough to get Baron Vision down. So Jinna haven't been able to push that advantage, and we're getting increasingly to the point where I fancy Ever in a team fight.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the big key, isn't it? Is if they can find that team fight, they can start to bring this back against Jin Air. And I feel like, teleport coming in. They're going to try to catch Tempt here. Gets canceled, though. So now Trace without a teleport. TP advantage goes over to Ever for the moment. And we'll see if they can use that to maybe set up a team fight here.
Team fighting isn't by any means a guarantee for Ever. They have champions that can be zerged down. Oh, we see a lot of action happening.
Yeah, Chains of Corruption used up in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Trace taking a lot of damage from Crazy and Bless. Winged is there too. Blanc backing away. Che lost a lot of health before he had to retreat from the fight. And Ever kind of muscles Jin Air out of that mid lane for the moment.
The key thing for Ever in team fights is to use their massive single target damage to burst down one member. Because in a true 5v5, Jin Air can push back with the Azir, kite backwards very well with Braum Azir. It's not a guaranteed team fight when it's just the item break-evens and the sheer single target damage that is working for Ever. So skirmishes would be the ideal, but they have so many objectives down that actually getting a skirmish when you don't have vision control is very difficult. But again, focusing down one target, that's the key to Ever winning a fight.
Yeah, very true. To a certain extent, you know, they may not be strictly running a pick comp, I suppose, but they still need to get those picks.
They have the targeted CC specifically from the Rise, and you might say, okay, that's very short duration, but when we're talking about Infinity Edge, Tristana, a Rise, a Varus, burst damage is real in short windows, so they are able to take advantage of that if and when they can. But for now, we're just all backing away. The vision is still strong on both sides, so farming phase continues, Doa.
True. Tons of farming.
Tons of farming.
Hooray.
Don't know if that's a league meme, unfortunately.
Not yet. Maybe it will be. If you were a farmer, what would you grow? What would be your crop?
Corn.
Corn? Why?
Because it goes on everything. Pizza.
Ugh, no. No. I see what you did there, but no.
A year in Korea changes a man.
Turn it into sugar that, like, destroys people?
I'm not American. I don't know much about that.
Well, it's good.
I'll take your word for it.
So we have a lot of that.
I only know natural sugar. I see items from Mexico advertising the fact they have natural sugar in them, which to me is like a crazy
great.
thing.
Yeah. Oh, whoa. Okay. Blank goes for the Shurima shuffle yet again, but Crazy just flashes out of it. So, Summoner for ult. Pretty good trade for Blanc. I think I'd have a snake farm so that I can, you know, I have my name in movies as Snake Wrangler. That'd be cool, wouldn't it?
I feel like a snake wrangler is already a thing and not actually a snake farm.
Well, I mean, maybe the guy who wrangles the snakes also farms them. That's what I would do. I'd be the total package, floor to ceiling, all your snake needs.
Okay. Steve Irwin, but just for snakes?
Sure.
Okay. I like it.
Yeah. Gonna have fun. No, I need to pick a better animal than snake.
All right. I'm giving you a second chance.
Okay.
How about a dragon farmer?
Well, I mean a real animal.
Okay.
That mean dragon farming would be cool, but maybe I don't know, capybara. No, they're just a big rodent. Totoro takes the cocoon, takes a bit of damage. Dragon coming up, and this is another ocean drake, so not quite as vital as some of the other ones. Jin Air could certainly benefit from the sustain, as could Ever, but you know, is it worth the big fight over? We'll see.
I think this is Ever realizing their power spikes and just fancying a fight. I don't think the buff itself is what they're really fancying. It's the fight And a potential win and a Baron off the back of it. Dragonfall's low, but will regen.
Zoning. Done by Trace. Dragon will be taken by Janair. Bless goes in to try to steal it away. Doesn't get there quite in time. Trace kind of on his own in the pit as we see that icon for the Elder Dragon coming next. Elemental Dragon time is done.
Ever can cut here. They can push with the minion wave and possibly get an inner turret. They're in really good position for it.
That's right.
Really well prepped these minion waves so that even though they don't get the dragon, they take an inner turret. So that's actually not the worst trade given the relative value of Ocean Drake in late game.
This has ended up being a very, very close game. And if you think about that Elder Dragon buff now, doubling the Infernal Drake buff that ESC ever has, getting that would do a lot in terms of giving them the power to fight a team fight against Janair.
Don't disagree whatsoever. The fact that no Barons have gone down really behooves Ever, who would struggle playing against the Baron and would really be able to close out the game, I think, if they could pick up a Baron, because they'd have such oppressive siege.
Probably.
With the Varus especially. Another face check.
Yep, that's right. Bless caught again. Man, he's got to stop doing that.
If you're watching this as a team that's going to be playing against Ever, you can see that they are so brash around enemy vision. They just assume.
They make some rookie mistakes sometimes, and they are the new team in the league, and they've had a lot of success in Challenger, but yeah, that's an issue they're going to need to work on a bit as Janair now goes right for this Baron, and there's really nothing that Janair can do or that Ever can do about it.
No. For once, they respect the vision, but this time it's at the cost of a free Baron over to Janair, and this is just a reality of how Ever play. Key is not on the roster today. He's very known for doing this, especially in the early game, going for those vision roams and getting picked off by the enemy. But this time, it's been Bless taking turns, Totoro in the early game. Loken died to give up first blood.
Yep.
As I said, if you are an enemy team scouting out Ever, you can basically assume this is how they're going to play because consistently they've disrespected vision, atypical to how a lot of other teams and champions, they usually play very low-risk early game movement. Ever plays a very high-risk style that sometimes can blow open games and other times can lose them critical advantages.
Yeah. Well, so far it has not worked well for them today. Still not out of the game by any stretch, though. They are down a bit. They're fighting against the Baron buff, but they still have good wave clear. They still have the ability to very quickly siege their opponents' bows if they can win a team fight or something.
With summoners up, they have a good chance of that. If the summoners are ever blown and then we see Janair return, someone like Tempt basically being at the mercy of something like the Shurima Shuffle, then that's a big issue. But for now, summoners are available. So Ever able to push up, able to wave clear, and Janair finding it hard to blow this game open.
Right. Trying to protect that tier 2 in the mid lane for the moment.
Seeing Trace, even though he has the Guardian Angels, not fancying a turret dive just yet. They have good defensive vision for it. Crazy wants to pick up wards. Wants to pick up minions. This is definitely not the time for it.
Yeah, this is just going to be an easy tier 2 turret for Janair now. And they've got a big minion wave pushing both in top and bottom, so everything kind of going Janair's way at the moment.
Feels like Janair should be riding in the minion wave at top. Remember, this inhibitor turret's down, so they don't even really have to worry about the wave. It'll only be the poke dissuading them from a team fight. Otherwise, they should be able to force down the inhibitor. So they're going to go towards the naked inhibitor now. This should definitely be something that Janair is hoping to pick up with the Baron buff at about 40% duration.
Yep. Inhibitor taking a lot of damage right now as Ever tries to just poke back, but it doesn't look like it works out. Cocoon into culling means Tempt has to go ahead and try to get away. Wing, though, taking quite a bit. Bless, this Kha'Zix is so squishy.
Yep.
It's tough. And there goes the inhibitor in favor of Janair. Nice use of that Baron buff to pick up that big objective.
You return to my question when I said, how do they get vision around Baron? And the question has been, or that has actually generalized to how do they get vision anywhere, because we've seen so many people walk up to get vision, get picked, because no one was ever able to sweep this game. There is no one on the side of Ever that realistically could have a sweeping lens, because whichever the champions are, usually the roles that take them are jungle and support. The jungle is a damage jungler who only has Phage for any semblance of health, and then just a bit of magic resist incidentally on something like more Malmortius, or Karma, a ranged support that can't face check either. And increasingly, members are getting solo picked off, and the objectives are snowballing to the extent where Janair got an unanswered Baron that Ever really couldn't do anything about.
Yeah. And that's a big problem for ESC Ever. If they can't fight it now, when are they going to?
I just love the fact that Trace is 0-0-0 and still finishes Magi's.
Wow, that is crazy. He's like, no, now I'm going to start getting kills.
Yeah,
Don't worry, guys.
This is the time.
The kills and the assists are coming in. Trace and actually Blanc, too. Man, 36 minutes and no interaction with fights at all for Blanc.
I just love the fact that Darkseal was introduced to kind of give you an ability to go to like dip your toes in the stacking and be like, oh, I got some stacks early. I guess I could upgrade to Medjai's. This to avoid the situation where you just buy the Medjai's when you have no stacks. So hilarious that he's gone for this approach, but
Yep.
nonetheless.
Well, whatever works for him.
Yep.
Jin Air moving in to try to take this inhibitor turret. Doing a bit of damage to it already. That parallel convergence zoning them away to let Pilot do a bit more damage on that Lucian.
Crazy's understood that they have no frontliners, gone early Guardian Angel, so he's the one that's going to try and dive in, get that single root on someone, and they're going to try and burst down that target. Unfortunately, if plan A doesn't work, Ever really doesn't have a plan B, given the comp and given all the buffs on the side of Jin Air.
I agree. I mean, it seems like we're kind of one big team fight away from the end of this game if Jin Air can win that team fight.
See some pings onto the Elder Dragon, which has just spawned. This will be the first of the game. Yeah, able to double down on the double Ocean Drakes they have, and increase their ability to take both the next Baron and those turrets with the Mountain Drake.
Well, yeah, certainly help out a lot. And here we go.
Do you like free objectives?
Yeah. Well, Jin Air's been getting a lot of it this game, haven't they?
No free lunches so often the term, but free objectives left, right, and center for Jin Air. Long face text gets stunned up.
Oh, Bless gets caught. Braum ultimate comes through. Trace gonna just zone a little bit, allow his team to take that Elder Drake, and at this point, Ever kind of needs to just back up and almost treat it like another Baron buff, it seems like. They just need to defend.
That's why we always really need to hang back making predictions or grand generalizations based on one series. Ever looked like they really understood the meta, that they were ahead of the game against CJ Entus. Now we see them this game against Jin Air, where they go for this really late game comp that might have worked in previous seasons, but they've surrendered so many different objectives that now snowball with things like the Elder Dragon for no gain. Like, it feels like they've got nothing at all out of the Kha'Zix pick. The fact that they've had nobody to put down vision means they've been picked left, right, and center. This game, I'm really not convinced by what they've shown. They got away with the early game, but even then, getting an early farming phase hasn't meant anything because they just haven't been able to realistically fight for objectives.
Right. And I mean, they prioritize that Rise, over the Elise, over the Lucian as well. So they were willing to give up that jungle pick and pick something a bit unorthodox, but it really has not worked out. And now, Jin Air coming down, going for that middle inhibitor turret.
Karma's not there.
All right, well, Trace finds Crazy. Crazy doing a lot of damage to him for the moment. Trace forced to back away, so in the end, the inhibitor turret not taking a ton of hits from the Jin Air Green Wings.
Rise is still very much a one-man army. It's just who is backing him up, who is in the front line next to him, because if it's Bless, someone who's exploded every time he's jumped into a fight, it's just really not enough manpower to actually threaten the backline from Jin. It feels like one Emperor's Divide to knock back the Kha'Zix during jump, then there's no threat onto Blanc and Pilot.
Pretty much culling use just to push Tempt away. Ouch, man. He took like over half of his life in damage from that.
This is what this build does. We're still early enough, and these guys are so fragile, the damage is certainly registering.
Yeah, well, it's registering on that turret right now. They're going to take it. They're going to go after the inhibitor, and we'll see how far Jin Air wants to push this, because I feel like they could keep going. But they won't.
They're not that kind of team, Joe. They're not the one to bite off more than they can chew.
They could have been.
They could have been, you're right. They weren't really in any scenario. They had good mana and health bars across the...
I mean, Baron's up. So, of course, you're going to go in and take that rather than, risk pushing too far, losing a team fight, losing Baron. It is the right call to just go for this.
There's only a small semblance of vision, and now it's the face check game from Bless first, and now you can see Ever. They're so scared to get anywhere near this Baron, and especially in a world where blue trinkets have been so significantly nerfed, so that spot vision from range is available so much more rarely. They just have no answer. That right now, the Baron could be going down. They'd have no idea.
Yeah. Pretty much. Jin Air considering it anyway, hanging out near the Baron pit.
Here comes the teleport.
Yep, that's right. They're going to try to make a play here. Jin Air coming from behind. Trace running through. Doesn't quite find the angle I think that they were looking for, though.
You see minions hitting onto the inhibitor. Probably not enough to take it down, but Jin Air just going to return straight to the Baron.
All right, Wing getting ready. Actually goes in to help his team. Loken They go ahead and pop that Karma E, just to speed everybody up for just a minute. And Jin Air backs away from Baron for the moment. That inhibitor down to about half health now.
Looks like Jin Air might have to back up, though. Che took more than half his life in poke. Ever's going to be able to back away. Crazy in particular can pick up the minion wave, so we still have not seen this inhibitor go down, even though the inhibitor turret went down over 20 minutes ago.
Yeah. Just enough minions there to defend it, I guess.
For now. This does feel a little bit like the old Jin Air, where they need to find a way to close out this game. It's probably going to be the Baron. It's why they've been so disciplined at returning to it consistently. They have the Mountain Dragon in their pocket. Their Baron damage is very strong with Azir and Lucian.
A teleport bringing Crazy a little bit closer, too. But
that's done.
What can he do? Yeah, it's too late. The Baron's already been taken. Crazy already on the run. Some arrows coming through from Temp, but Jin Air is looking pretty tough right now. Can they turn this into a game-winning push, though? Maybe. Maybe they can. We'll see.
Ever really need to go for some sort of a desperation play. We've seen crazy things. We've seen teams come back from 3 inhibitors down. Think KT Rolster against MVP, but it's really difficult to see how that'll come to be.
That's right. A little bit of damage dealt to each side. They're gunning for that inhibitor.
Chains of Corruption goes wide. They don't have that ult now.
That's right. Tempt couldn't quite land that one. And so that's going to be an easy inhibitor. Totoro actually gets cocooned, tries to get away. Takes a lot of damage from the culling. And Jin Air maybe, I don't know. Pilot's so low. I don't know if you can really push this too much.
We'll have to back away because of Pilot's health bar, as you mentioned. That was one single Q from Tempt in the late game, which is what Varus can do.
Yep.
So we'll continue to delay what is very much looking like a march to the win from Jin Air, but we would have said the same thing about MVP in that KT game too. So
that is true. That is true. But like, this is Jin Air though. That's the difference. Is that these guys are just known for playing these ultra long, ultra safe games. And you know, it may not be the most thrilling League of Legends you've ever seen, but it does work to a certain extent.
You can't argue with results. Last season, their finish of 3rd was really big for them. 4th, actually, it was on the season, which was much higher than many analysts would have tipped. You know, Trace had that huge reinvigoration at the start of the season that propelled them to a lot of wins, and then ended up capitulating to SKT to finish 4th. But I thought, you know, every season with the roster they have, I'm waiting for Jin Air to fall away, but they keep performing. You know, credit to this team. They have continued to rise without significant roster changes. They've changed their mid laner, but not really a lot about the team ethos or playstyle has changed from that.
True. You know, one interesting thing as well is that for most of the season they were actually in 2nd place. They finished 4th, but they were just below the Rocks Tigers for a lot of it. Moving in now with this inhibitor turret. Winged gonna go ahead and stay safe for the moment anyway as he backs out. Culling used. There goes the inhibitor turret. So all inhibitor turrets down. Soon all inhibitors, I've got a feeling, are going to be gone as well.
It's going to require 2 aces from Ever to win this game. The first one might be enough pressure for them to get an inhibitor, then finishing the game off the back of that, but that's really all they can hope for. And if anyone gets caught...
Ooh, Bramall doesn't hit Tempt. Che throws up the shield anyway, though. Bless goes and has to back out immediately. Too squishy. Here comes Trace on the back lines. Blanc trying to get a good angle. Gets taken out by Crazy, though. And Ever turning this one around despite losing the inhibitor. Trace on the run. Che absorbing some of that damage with the shield. And looks like Trace is not going to make it out of this one. So 2 kills going over to Ever after this Guardian Angel comes back up, and Bless having a hard time killing all of these minions. That's right. The super minions doing tons of damage. They may actually lose a Nexus turret. It's going to be close, but they'll barely save it for the moment.
Lives on 335 HP, will regen, but you can see 2 kills stops the assault from Jin Air, but is nowhere near enough for Ever to get really any semblance of map pressure. The next Baron spawning, the next Elder Dragon spawning, they're still not really in a position to contest those objectives till all 3 inhibitors have respawned.
Well, I mean, and the thing is that getting to their opponent's inhibitors isn't going to be easy either, because all the turrets are still up in the base.
So we're going to see the replay this time, and what I want you to really watch is how good the snipe is from Tempt to get the first kill in this fight. Charges up the Q, snipes out Blanc, who dies with, I believe, Zhonya's available. Really halts their front line. Trace had already dived in. Dies with his Guardian Angel down, so you think about some of the item efficiency. Guardian Angel certainly won't be up for the next fight, so it's a little bit of wiggle room for Ever to work up in a fight because there's going to be less zone control from an Echo with Ultimate and Guardian Angel to contend.
True. Another Elder Dragon on the way in about 1:40 now.
It's triple Zonias, actually, from Jin Air. That's cute.
I was a little bit surprised to see the Zonias unwinged.
It's just so cheap now at 2,900 gold. It's cheaper than basically every other relevant AP item.
I guess that's true.
And stasis against a pick comp, just consider it.
Yeah.
They're trying to burst you down in 2.5 seconds. 2.5 second stasis, decrease aggro, kite back from it. It's actually a very realistic pickup now because it's so cheap.
Yeah, true. I saw him Zonias, and I'm like, wait, you got a Zonias? I'm thinking, oh, are you sure there's not a Bard in this game after all?
You know, with the QSS changes, I was kind of wondering if there'd be any cheeky AD carry Zonias in the late game, but
Right.
somehow I think that's going to be unlikely.
Yeah. Oh, that middle inhibitor up. But for how long?
Still a lot of flashes up on the side of Jin Air, and crucially not one on Crazy to try and get a flash run for it.
Oh boy, Tempt has to flash away as he takes the culling and a lot of damage as well. Cocoon onto Totoro. Can they make a play here? Maybe. They slow him down a bit. He's got that shield though. It's Karma. Jin Air doing some pretty good pokes, some near catches as they move in to take out this final inhibitor once again.
Stan has hit the ultra late game with a Zeke's Herald buff as well, so it's super, super powerful. So there's a lot of damage to contend with for Jin Air, but for now they can push up pretty comfortably, get enough poke damage
Here
to
we
get
go.
that inhibitor.
Yeah, I thought Ever was going to engage there. They looked like they were going to do it with that Karma speed, but instead they're just going to lose their final inhibitor. And Bless has just been able to do nothing all game, man. This Kha'Zix has kind of been a bit of a dud. Parallel Convergence gets the stun, but not enough follow-up to take down the Kha'Zix. Inhibitor back up in the top lane now. But yeah, this Kha'Zix just hasn't done anything. It's gone in, tried to assassinate people, immediately gotten blown up, and that was it.
Look, it's worth noting that the jungle pool was aggressively hit this game. There wasn't a lot of top tier picks. We talked about the likes of Lee Sin.
They could have taken Elise. They had first pick. They could have taken Lee Sin as well.
It's just any other jungler, any semblance of a control jungler, at least you have someone that can put down wards, has a sight stone if you're Lee Sin, or the Tracker's Knife, has tankiness, so can actually be a pseudo frontliner. Bless is trying to be a damage frontliner, but is getting punished for it instantly. It's just such a low percentage play. And I agree, I feel like if any other jungler had been selected that could just opt into tankiness and put down wards, they wouldn't have had to give away free objective after free objective. How many has there been? And this is just going to be another one.
Yeah, another Elder Dragon going over to Jin Air. That's going to give them that 50% bonus on the 2 Ocean Drake stacks they have and the single Mountain Drake stack they have. Objectives going to be falling very, very quickly against these guys. It looks like they just want to bull rush the mid lane right now.
Objectives are the only things that are falling quickly, though, because we only had 7 kills in 49 minutes.
I know, don't remind me. Oh. I was so excited about this matchup, and then it's back to the old Jin Air. I mean, they're playing well. You can't disagree with what they're doing. It's effective.
Again, I think you should put all your aggro on the Kha'Zix pick. I think that's what's really stopped Ever from really playing on the front foot like they like to, and Jin Air have just played the percentage game that they are very well known to do.
True. And now going for this Baron, and again, like, Ever has no vision. They can't stop this from happening. I mean, Jin Air is just simply playing way better in the later stages of the game than Ever is. Once again,
I'm going to disagree with you. I don't think Ever's playing badly in the late game. They just can't, with the comp they have, do anything about it.
You don't think they could be more aggressive with the vision or anything like that?
Who is going to put down the aggressive vision? Is the Kha'Zix that keeps dying instantly?
That's not my job to figure out.
But the issue is much more in the pick ban, where they picked a team that can't put down wards, and blue trinkets were nerfed, so you can't just go for spot vision. So they literally have no way. It's not that they don't know the Baron's going down. It's just they can't get there because the last 3 times they tried to face check a brush, they died.
Well, that's Kha'Zix, I guess.
Such as Kha'Zix. One day you'll make us a believer, Kha'Zix. One day.
Well, I mean, that day was like a couple of years ago.
Yeah, the R Evolution insect tank Kha'Zix.
There you go. Crazy trying to land some damage onto Trace, but not really getting much out of it. Loken just going to back off for the moment. Culling used. Che locked up for a second. He's
really need the hero pick onto one of these damage dealers. They keep respecting the damage. That keeps extending the game. If you give Loken free auto attacks, you will take massive damage, but The inhibitors have been down for so much of the past 15 minutes.
Yeah, Janair wants to take the final inhibitor once again. Logan hit with that cocoon. Crazy now the one taking some damage. Bless looks for an angle, goes on a Trace. He's not going to be able to burst that Echo down.
It's
Janair,
going to
though,
be
takes
hit.
a lot of damage. Winged gets very, very low. Yes, Ever going for it. It's now or never. Zonia Zeus, there goes Blanc. Ever gets one kill against the team with Baron. A Zir turret doing a bit. But it is pretty amazing how resilient this team is in the team fight. But, again, they've managed to not die, but can they win?
That's the crazy thing, is that even though they keep, there's still always a team fight that Ever can win with the massive damage specifically from Loken. They've gone full Loken build. He's got 6 items. If we learned anything from the promotion match, he's probably going to sell those boots for a Trinity Force or something at some point, even on a champion like Tristana that doesn't quite have the same spell rotations as Sivir and other champions, just because he just needs to be the one-man carry that he can be. This is a guy who's known for this. It's being relied on it.
True.
They're pushing up mid. There's just no objectives realistically for them to take.
Right, I mean, Dragon's down, Baron's down. You can't really get to those tier 2, the tier 2 turret up in top lane right now. It's tough for Ever. I mean, what they really need is they need to actually ace Janair. If they can win a team fight definitively, they can go and take some other stuff.
But Janair haven't really shown a commitment to overextending for anything other than free objectives, and ever understand the situation they're in and what they can't do, which is get vision anywhere near an objective. So we're in an impasse here, Doa.
Impasse?
Yeah, an impasse.
An impasse? All right. I haven't heard it pronounced the other way, but I don't know. I don't know how you Australians say things.
Well, they don't say it that way.
Oh,
it's not more French, but
oh.
I could just be wrong. There's that possibility too. I've been wrong before. I don't know if the viewers ever caught that though.
My faith in you has been shaken like never before.
An analyst that was wrong.
That doesn't happen.
I tipped the Rocks Tigers.
Where's my
that final?
Pitchforks and rope.
I tipped KT Rolster against SKT as well.
Well, see, that's just ignorance, man.
I know. I got no excuses.
You and Monty.
Yep. KT, Monty, and me.
Yep. You'll learn something. Well, Janair doing their best to control this bottom jungle, and it looks like they can just sort of push Ever right back to their base. And Ever wants to try to set up for this team fight once again. If they can win this team fight by a lot, if they can get 3 kills or something, maybe, then perhaps they can go and take an objective.
Question is, will Janair ever actually overextend until they have both Baron and Elder Dragon? And then we're talking about
maybe
long respawn times for both those objectives. There's no more 6-minute dragons. It's 10 minutes at this point in the game.
I know.
Massive downtime for that objective.
Uh-oh, Chains of Corruption lands onto Che, but no follow-up for ESC Ever at the moment as they try to defend their bottom inhibitor. They'll keep it alive for a second. It's going to take some damage, though, as they had to send Crazy up to deal with the wave up in top lane.
I'm trying to group. It's so low. Crazy's not there. They can all in on Loken. He does have QSS available, but...
Culling use. Tempest taking some damage. Inhibitor now almost docked while Trace goes in. There goes the inhibitor. All 3. Well, 2 of the 3 down once again. This middle one has respawned. I think we've seen something like 5 or 6 inhibitors killed this game now.
It's insane.
Ugh.
If there was an inhibitors killed stat, it would be, again, double digits at this point, you'd have to think.
Maybe. Well, I suppose with Baron coming up in a minute, Janair will be happy to wait until then.
Center yourself, Doa. Get your chi together, because it's gonna... I mean, there's just nothing to allow Janair to finish this game, because Ever's surrendering the objectives that Janair want to fight around. They want to kite back around Baron, it's just they'd have nothing to kite away from, because no one's coming anywhere near Baron or Dragon.
Yeah, so they just get the buff. But if they get the buff then, they still have to deal with an ESC Ever that's formidable in the team fight. But, for how much longer, I don't know.
Well, let's return to these team fighting comps that Janair, for example, is running that has low initiation but kites back well. Think of Azir kiting back, Braum kiting back, Echo kiting back. Very good peel team. We always say, they can't really initiate fights, but damn, when the team has to fight for Baron or Dragon, they're in a great spot to kite backwards.
True.
Apparently Ever's just saying, well, we're not going to fight for Baron or Dragon. You try finish the game.
This is going to be one of those really long ones. I can feel it, man.
Well, unless someone face checks, which again is something else that Ever has done this game.
It's possible. Youmu's pop. They're going to go after Tempt, but Tempt just kind of crab walks away. I think Tempt went to the Shen School of Walking.
What did Trace teleport onto? Because he was back in base with the teleport.
Maybe he must have canceled it, I guess. Started something, canceled it. I didn't notice it myself.
I saw the channel and then him running, so that was weird.
I was watching Varus' kind of crazy crab walk.
So this time Ever do feel frisky enough to start walking up near the Baron.
I suppose.
Ooh, Jin Air. They're going for it.
Uh-oh, yeah, Jin Air going right for the base. Well, I thought they were going to. There's no minion waves pushing, though, right now for Jin Air, so a little bit tougher to bust down the back door. It's not really a back door. It's more
like
like
going down the front door right now.
I mean, the thing is...
Look at that.
Yeah, he's trying. I mean, he's recalling now. That's all he can do.
Teleporting back, so he does actually have a much faster recall timer.
This is not a backdoor, by the way, from Jin Air. This is like if they're the Kool-Aid man coming through a wall. They're like, oh, yeah! Now they're going to back away like the Kool-Aid man that realizes he busted through the wall of the wrong house.
It's crazy.
Which I'm sure happened once in a while.
It's crazy that Varus was solo pushing a minion wave down mid at 55 minutes while Jin Air 5-man backdoor an inhibitor.
I know, right? Going to go for a Baron, and that Baron is going to fall so fast, man. I mean, they've got that Mountain Giant buff. Or Mountain Giant.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, big fight happening now. Che get in the middle of everything. Crazy taking a lot of damage. Winged doing what he can
still not dead.
On that Elise. That's right. Somehow he's living. Blessed somehow still alive too. Loken jumps in. This Tristana could do work. Pilot misses a culling flash Q from Che to slow down Loken. Catches a cocoon as well with his face. Bless backing away now. Loken staying for the fight as long as he can, but finally Pilot gets the kill. And that's going to be the end of the game. Jin Air takes the team fight, gets the near ace. There's the ace now, as Bless finally the last one to fall. And Jin Air going to clean this one up easily.
Finally ever leave their safe zone of the base that has served them so well for 20 minutes. Tempt fighting in terrain that he's not suited for. He does not have a QSS, was permanently stunned, did no damage, almost sustained with the Mormar Mortius, but was taken down so whatever, even with a valiant team fighting performance. Loken doing Loken things on the late game AD carry, and Jin Air take it out. It looked like it was going to be a clean 35-minute win. Ever held on. It had to be eventually put down mercifully, and Jin Air, it's only one game, but it's an advantage to them nonetheless.
Yeah, it only took them 2 Elder Dragons and 3 Barons to do it. And once again, man, that Varus is doing a ton of damage, of course. But, you know, what do you do?
This is just Varus things. He has line wave clear. He has so much poke damage. He does always register those massive numbers. Yeah. In fact, Tristana is right up there as well. Ever just the team comp. You have to return to it. No one to ever get vision down meant they gave away those... The Kha'Zix pick. Enough said. We don't need to talk about the Kha'Zix pick more. I didn't do anything.
Yeah. It was bad. Well, we'll see if they have something different, guys, when they come back. I would imagine we're going to be going to a break in just a second or two here. And then we'll see, after the short break, if Ever can come back and tie up this series. You know, with a different pick, maybe they can. I mean, even right to that very last team fight, they looked okay. Loken, of course, looking very threatening on that Tristana, but without any sort of support. And I mean, Bless just kept getting blown up immediately when he went in. So it wasn't just about the vision. It was about the fact that he was just so fragile on that Kha'Zix and not really able to participate even in team fights.
And just something to open up proactively. Maybe a return to the Ashe pick. Definitely a return to a more meta jungler that can put down wards. Something to open up the early game. No more free objectives. No more free lunches for Jin Air. Because even though it took them so many, I mean, they got pretty damn fed on those free lunches by the end. They eventually got over the line, but if Ever could have actually fought earlier, we wouldn't have had this kind of inevitable draw towards the eventual victory for Jin Air.
Yeah, I mean, free lunches.
Free lunches.
A lot of free lunches.
It's an expression, Doa. I went to it.
Sure is.
So this is the part where we work out where the break is.
I know, we have no idea, though.
Nope.
So we're kind of in a room by ourselves with no direction. But we assure you that a break is coming soon.
Mm-hmm.
And that's your chance. That's your big chance to tell everyone you know to tune into twitch.tv/LCK1 to watch some more LCK. I almost said it. When we come back, guys, don't go anywhere. ESE tries to tie it up against Jin Air.
I winning? It's like 25 the life till you bust out of prison. Something's in the air, something's in the air. It's like that feeling when you're just about to kill it. Take your last shot, you know you're gonna hit it. Something's in the air, something's in the air. Whoa. Something big, I feel it happening out of my control. Pushing, pulling, and it's grabbing me. Feel it in my bones like, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Something big, I feel it happening. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Surprise, and now we're not Korean. Welcome back to LCK Summer. I'm Doa. That is Papa Smithy, and we just saw Jin win a grueling, long, triple Baron, double Elder Dragon, 3 other Dragon game against ESC Ever, who decided to pick Kha'Zix, a champion who was unfortunately not able to do anything at all.
And that's kind of the thing, is that we endured a win. And I feel like it was very much an endurance test because the result was never in doubt. The moment that we saw 3 Dragons, 3 Barons come through, we see the MVP
Right.
going to Pilot.
Pilot.
MVP should probably go to Bless for locking in that Kha'Zix.
No kidding. I mean, that really did help out Jin a lot. But in the end, Pilot did play a great Lucian as well. And Loken did a great job of walking into brushes. Not as good of a job as Blessed did.
Someone has to, Doa. That's what happens in League of Legends. When you want to
Aha.
war things, someone has to walk into a brush. And Ever didn't have someone to do that, so we see a greatest hits of people walking into brushes and dying.
I guess. Is that really a highlight thing for Pilot? But I guess this was a better team fight.
Well, this is where finally Ever
Yeah.
opted to fight in an area that they didn't have vision and in a choke, and Temp didn't have a QSS, so they couldn't do that. He got stunned up and they died. But I just want to return to a comment you made. You were talking about the fact that Ever was making those mistakes in the late game. It could look like that, but realistically, they didn't have options in the late game. They didn't have someone to put wards down. They had to give away free objectives. Credit to them, they kept fighting. They didn't let the game end, but
I
it just
see.
felt like it was that roll to an inevitable loss. It just happened to take an hour when maybe we should just have called the game at 35 minutes, We should just been
Maybe.
like, you guys win. Like, we know what's going to happen. Just give them the points.
Maybe. But, sometimes you just have to say, never give up, never surrender, right?
You do. Those are the people I don't like. I like to surrender, Doa.
By Poppy's hammer, you shall be avenged.
No, seriously, I'm like, no, this game's lost. Let's surrender. I'm not someone that's going to push surrender votes or sit in AFK, but sometimes a loss is a loss,
I guess. Well, I mean, in solo queue, you should really never surrender because solo queue can turn any moment.
It could.
I mean, that's the truth. Like if you're playing a solo queue game and it looks like the game should be over, and you're like, well, yeah, of course they've got this and this and this, the game should be over.
Sure.
But you got to remember you're playing solo queue and everybody is horrible, and so there's a good chance, in fact, that somebody on their team is going to screw up and you might still win.
But you're playing the short game, Doa. You're like, I want to win this game. I'm instead, how can I use my time to win the most LP that's possible? I'm probably not going to win this game. I can get 2 more in if I start another one now. So let's just surrender this one.
Maybe. I don't know.
I'm playing the odds, Doa. I'm playing cards over here. That's what
Really?
I'm doing. You're playing a board game that has a winner and a loser.
So you're playing cards,
As in, like,
which does
multiple.
not have a
So,
winner and a
think about
loser.
poker, right? You play a lot of hands in poker, whereas you
Sure.
play one game of snakes and ladders.
Uh-huh.
You're winning a game of snakes and ladders. I'm
Shoots and
multi-tabling
ladders, by
over
the way.
here. Snakes and ladders. where I'm from.
Shoots and ladders.
You can have
it's
your shoots
actually
and ladders.
known as.
What do you guys think? Because I'm a snakes and ladders man. I don't know about you. Shoots and ladders. That sounds very American.
Who rides snakes? I mean, shoots and ladders make sense because you go down to shoot.
Yeah,
it's like
but
a slide.
You're riding
and
down a
climb
snake.
Up a ladder.
Why can't you do that?
I don't know. I mean, in Australia, I guess I wouldn't put it past
yeah.
you. You ride
Yeah.
snakes.
We do.
To each his own. When in Rome.
Don't you wish you were riding snakes, Doa?
No. Well,
Yeah. See, now you thought about it. I've got you on the hook
it'd be
now.
kind of cool.
I've got you
if it
on
was
the
like
hook
a giant snake, and I
He's
could
sold.
control it,
Guys,
it'd be
he's
kinda-
sold.
It'd be kind of cool.
Snakes and ladders.
All right.
Snakes and ladders.
Well, the board game was called Shoots and Ladders.
Snakes
but
on a plane.
I'd be up. Well, that's indisputable right there. That was a movie that existed, for what it's worth. But yeah. So in conclusion,
No more Kha'Zix.
yeah, no more Kha'Zix. That's basically the point we're trying to make here, and I think we made it eloquently.
Indeed.
Yeah. So game 2 of ESC versus ESC Ever versus Jin should be coming up in the near future.
Yep.
Probably. We'll assume so.
Yep. It's coming eventually. We don't have a lobby on non-production feeds. That means that they haven't started yet. So
It's kind of a surprise for us. We get to be surprised along with you when we go into picks and bans. Isn't that great?
it's the
This
opposite of a scripted show, Doa.
Yeah, it
This
really is.
This is what you
It's,
guys asked for. League of Legends unscripted.
It is.
No script. We have no
Right.
idea what's
Well,
happening.
I mean, they're scripts,
Okay.
but not the kind you're thinking of right now. Yeah.
Ooh.
But
Man,
anyway.
calm down over there, Doa.
Just saying, man. But, I mean, it's so this again, I'm starting to believe you now.
Okay.
That it could go to 3 games. I think you've got a point. Because ever with a different jungler, if they would have maybe taken the Elise earlier, not taken the Kha'Zix, yeah, maybe they could have made it happen.
People keep trying to make the Kha'Zix pick work. And I see the buffs, and I'm like, there's a way to make this work, but I wasn't convinced by Mickey and Lyra doing the LeBlanc Kha'Zix, get the kill or basically lose the game with scaling, or going full scaling in this game, having a Kha'Zix that couldn't put vision down, and then giving away every objective till invariably you would lose a long game. Neither of those are the Kha'Zix comp that will work. The top lane Kha'Zix in the LPL, definitely not the right comp either. So they'll get there eventually, but for now, we just roll on with people trying out the Kha'Zix when, if we had seen Elise in that game, that was the most obvious meta jungler that was still available. An edge meta jungler, but a meta jungler nonetheless.
So that brings up the point then, like going into the picks and bans for next game, if you are ESC ever, do you not go as heavy on the jungle bans to just make sure you get something meta? Probably.
It's an interesting point. I like the Rek'Sai ban that we saw very late in the draft that kind of forced these off-meta junglers. You know, there was no Nidalee and Kindred, which are definitely the go-tos for Bless. He's a good Rek'Sai as well, and that was banned away. I don't mind the scenario they found them. It's just they opted into this Kha'Zix. It was an early rotation pick. They didn't even see the full enemy lineup before they locked in Kha'Zix. Then they went for the Varus mid as well. They went for this tricky flex draft, and the end result left a lot to be desired outside of them getting a big snowball lead and it not being relevant that they could never contest a Dragon or Baron in the late game.
Yeah, I suppose. Looks like the players are still getting in the lobby right now, so
we get to talk more.
Some sort of delay. I'm not sure if maybe they're swapping somebody out or something, but doesn't look like it.
We don't know.
Hard to say. Yeah, we have no idea.
Nope, not scripted.
Just kind of chilling out.
Yep.
At LCK Summer. Thanks for joining us, guys. We really do appreciate that that you're watching. I mean, because we enjoy casting League of Legends, and the game's great right now. And it makes us even happier that you're spending time with us. You're choosing us. You're choosing to watch League of Legends right here, which is great. You made the right choice. And as soon as the games begin, we'll all get to enjoy them together.
Yeah. Eventually. We have no timer. We have no idea. We're just here to entertain you. Not about snakes anymore, though. We've left the snake topic. Let's move on to the next topic, though. What's the next one on your rundown sheet over there?
Well, looks like, according to my sheet right here, it says that I don't know.
You can't read your own handwriting, though? What's the problem?
I don't know. I just don't know if it's appropriate.
Okay.
You know, I mean, sometimes you just got to make a choice between
the blue pill.
Well, no, that's a choice that
Okay.
I mean, if Morpheus asks you really if you want which pill you want, you got to pick the one that like frees you from the Matrix. You can't say no. I mean, come on, who's gonna say that? Who's gonna be like, oh, this all sounds really interesting, but I like my office job. Sorry, Morpheus. He's like, oh, you really not gonna take the blue? Which pill was it?
I don't remember if it was the blue or the red.
Blue. What? We'll say it's the blue pill that's in the
Okay.
Matrix. I think that's one. You're not gonna take the blue pill. I thought you were gonna take it. And you're like, no, that's okay, Morpheus. I'm fine.
I actually don't really do pills.
I've got work in the morning. I gotta go. Nice tattoo, Trinity. Thanks. See ya. And he's like, oh, I feel kind of dumb sitting in this chair.
At some point, you're just pedaling.
It's like this
when
chair
you're
is really
sitting there
heavy.
with a blue and a red pill.
Yeah.
What to say?
Pulled the chair all the way in the middle of the room to make it look cool and like a big old room, and now I'm just having these pills. Anybody want some pills?
The Matrix one was such a good movie.
It was.
Shame about the other two. You were defending the second one the other day.
Not really. I wasn't defending the movie itself.
Okay.
I was defending on some things I liked within the movie, some concepts I like within the movie, like a faction of rogue programs. That's cool.
Okay.
That's something that could have been incorporated well into the trilogy. I thought it wasn't, but it could have been.
And the third movie.
Yeah. Let's just pretend that one didn't exist. But
Yeah. Okay.
you can't because it does.
No, there was one movie. It was great. I don't know what happened to them after that.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I choose to remember that. Just like I'm probably not going to remember the previous game we saw that was just pretty depressing and overly long because of the Kha'Zix.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and wipe Kha'Zix out of my mind.
Do you feel like there's any issues with Janair? Do you feel like they closed that as fast as they could have? Or do you think they could have been a little bit more assertive in their late game?
So you think of this game, right, where they took an inhibitor at, 20 minutes and then never took the inhibitor. The inhibitor turret at 20 minutes and never really returned to it. It wasn't like old Janair where there was like massive swaths of a game where they did more obvious win conditions. And it was, look, The end result was old Jin Air and that the game took a long time,
Yeah.
but it wasn't egregious. There wasn't huge scenarios where they didn't prep their minion waves or really gave a lot of advantages back to the enemy team. They just how many free Barons and Elder Drakes can you take and then just find
3,
out?
I guess?
They had 3 inhibitors down, 2 inhibitors down. Like the 2 inhibitors down post 25 minutes, about 100% of the time.
They took something like 6 inhibitors by the end of the game. It was
insane.
it really was like the Jin Air of last season, where they just couldn't seem to close games in a timely manner. They could kind of just grind them out. And in the end, we saw that kind of come back to haunt them, because they played against a team like SKT in the gauntlet at the end of last season. And SKT, those guys will close out games when they have an opportunity. And if you're Jin Air and you don't take yours, then you're gonna run into that issue.
But you just have this comp that's so good at fighting in the late game, except they couldn't fight because the enemy gave up everything except their Nexus turret. So what good is the Azir if no one's actually coming to attack you? No one's forcing you to kite back with Echo, with Azir, with Braum. They were just sitting there under their Nexus, happy to give up everything else. Still team-fighting like gods when they got the chance. They almost got the reset on a couple of those fights. They could just never get 3 or 4 members and pick up an inhibitor.
Right.
So again, the draft surrendered the game for them. They played pretty well in spite of that, the face checks notwithstanding. But the face checks were forced, again, by the draft. So it all comes back to the draft. The next game, I just want to see a balanced draft, no more Kha'Zix, a lot more semblance of tankiness. And hell, if you're going to run the Kha'Zix, run Alistar. Run a tank who can actually put down vision around objectives. Otherwise, you'll just see a rinse-repeat 60-minute game that you invariably will lose, barring a massive mistake from Jin Air, a team that is so cautious at the best of times. They don't often make those massive mistakes anymore.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if we see a little bit more assertive, aggressive Jin Air in game number 2. I kind of hope we do. I mean, because Jin Air has been a team that for so long has been kind of on the edge of being a dominant team, right? And one could argue that they were a dominant team last season because they were in second place for a lot of it. Again, they did finish 4th. That's pretty dominant overall when you look at the entire pack, but they just did it in such an undominating fashion. You know what I mean?
I feel like if there was like a highlight reel of Jin Air's recent season, it would be to the Frank Sinatra song "My Way," because they do it the Jin Air way.
It would definitely not be anything fast and exciting.
No, it would definitely be a slow song. So I think it fits them because they're just such a weird team to think about. Because an analyst, when I look at teams, I'm like, I kind of hang my hat on a star player or an important player, but it feels like they play as a collective. You look down the Jin Air lineup. If I said to you, "Who's the superstar of Jin Air?" you'd really have to think about it. You'd be like, well, Kuzan has some good games. And like Pilot, when he's in form, is a pretty good AD carry. Trace had an excellent half of a season, but is it Winged? Because Winged is a pretty consistent player without being a superstar.
It's true. He's very Bengi-esque in that regard.
Che plays Zyra, so that's pretty cool. But it's one of those weird things where when you put the team together, a bit like CLG's performance at MSI, a bit like Cloud9 back in the day, it feels like the total, the actual team that you see that plays really ordered, that has strong shot calling, is more than the sum of the parts. So together, they do it in a different style. They can take a long time, but at least it's logical. Like, you see their play, and it's never, especially when we're talking about Jin Air 2016, before they definitely made some illogical plays back in their previous lineup, but the shot calling is so strong that there's a lot of logic to how they play. It's just sometimes it's that super grind fest that really drags on.
Yeah. Speaking of things dragging on, well, all the players happen to be in the lobby
that's
now.
A good sign.
So that's a good sign. Yeah, I mean, that may mean we move into picks and bans fairly soon here. I'd like to assume that it does. So that's good.
It is what it is, Doa.
Yeah.
League of Legends, in a good spot. That's the fun thing, is that, I was talking to Monty previous to the season, during our VOD reviews, and there was a lot of, like, RNG dragons, I don't know what to think. At least it's forcing plays in every game except
I like
that one.
I like it. It's cool. I've decided. Doa has put
All
the
right.
stamp
Doa
of approval
approved. All right.
on the Elemental Drakes. It's true. That's cool, man.
That's a good sign.
Hey, and on that
Speaking
note,
of it.
picks and bans, hooray.
Woohoo!
Jin Air versus ESC Ever. Oh, we made it. Elise ban first up for Jin Air, and then the Rise ban. Okay.
That was a pretty good episode of the Doa and Papa podcast.
Yeah, man. There you go. Azir ban. All right.
Let's see how the jungle pool gets pinched. That was the big story from Game 1, is that the Kha'Zix pick was at least behooved by basically every top-tier jungler being taken out. Already see some adaptations. Lucian ban this time.
Yeah. Ever just not wanting to deal with Pilot's Lucian. You can't really blame them. Final ban over to Jin Air, and it does look like a decent amount of jungle picks are going to get through.
Well, there's Nidalee, there is Kindred, and there is
Rek'Sai.
Rek'Sai, so there cannot be all of them banned. So do we see a blue side ban fishing for one, or will it be a trade if Ever decides to leave the 2 open? There should be minimum 2 junglers available, so we might see something different. Yeah, we do see the Bard ban again, and it's interesting to take away, because Totoro is not a noted Bard player. Looking at his stats, he may have a single game on Bard or none. I was looking over. He's certainly not keyed, and of course is synonymous with Bard on the side of Ever, who usually is taking that support role.
Yeah, looks like they're going to ban that Twisted Fate for their final ban, just leaving all the junglers open except for that Elise, and so that will be a Nidalee first pick for Janair.
So Kindred and Rek'Sai are the answers available. Rek'Sai will be the more control option. I'd like to see the Rek'Sai, because Rek'Sai with strong lanes means a lot more pressure in the early game. Kindred can have pressure, but after the nerfs on, I believe it was 6.9, the damage rotations of the early game are lower, so a little bit less invading coming through from that jungle, but let's just see something different from Ever, because they went for this Kha'Zix comp that didn't work. A return to the Ashe would be welcome, at least from my playbook.
Yeah, I mean, that would signify they're looking for that pick comp, but would they pick it early enough? Obviously, the funny thing is that they picked into the Braum last time when they went for that Ashe, when they showed they were going for it, so they're not afraid of the Braum counter pick. Clearly it didn't, matter last time. They are going to go with the Ashe early on.
I just love a meta where we can see players reaching for Ashe in earlier rotations, the champion that for so long was overlooked, and now
It is interesting.
coming back into the meta. But you see Nidalee, and you're like, okay, that's an Ashe arrow target right there.
Sure.
If we see the Victor come through, it's another one. So
Maokai, though. We saw Maokai completely ignored in the first game, which is kind of surprising now that I think about it. It's still a very strong pick.
yeah, Echo will definitely have the pressure advantage, but Spirit Visage would be a really clean purchase to shut down any kill pressure in lane.
Victor, the other pick.
And Ever
And-
can take the Braum away.
True. They certainly can.
Would that actually force Che onto another mage support? Morgana support would make a lot of sense to at least negate the impact of the Ashe arrow with the Black Shield. But
Yeah.
it is going to be just the Kindred jungle, so not going to go for the Rek'Sai, going to go for the higher damage choice when it comes to the jungle picks.
All right, and the Braum, too. So the thing is that the Kindred probably does a better job of proccing the Braum package. Wow, the Sivir insta-lock for
But
Pilot.
you just look at the comp they've put together. You don't need to be an analyst to remember that Victor, Maokai, Nidalee, Sivir is a lot of high-tier picks. All these champions have been on the ban list on 6.10 at different stages, so they've basically got close to a blind pick lineup, despite the fact that Ever have a lot of good points to the comp they've put together so far.
So do you pair this with a Karma in the end? You've got the Sivir.
I think something to
Tahm
negate.
Kench, okay.
So I thought of Morgana. Tahm Kench also would be another negating pick to stop the pick potential
I
from
see.
specifically the Ashe, and to a lesser extent the Braum passes. So nice to see, the only person playing that Tahm Kench support was Wolf, who was enjoying it a lot, especially previous to MSI. So
Right.
Tahm Kench support, laning phase not great. There's still going to be so much of a terror in the late game with the W. And now Ever just have to really settle on a mid lane. It could be mid lane Echo, but
Oh, go for it. Swain.
It's gonna be Swain.
So will they send the Echo to mid lane then, perhaps? And the Swain up to top? What do you think?
so the data point I have is that Echo mid was considered a mid lane counter pick to Victor in previous patches. Of course, the kits have changed, but not really that much
Yeah.
since that point. I think that it'll be a fine farm lane. We've seen the Swain top lane versus Maokai, which again becomes a farm lane. So actually, I'm really intrigued to see it, Doa. I think it's probably going to be the Swain, but there is a realistic chance of the Echo just because this has always been one of the few matchups that people really like the Echo as a pseudo counter pick to the Victor.
Yeah, I suppose. That is true. I'm really happy to see Swain come back because I was a Swain main for a little while.
Really?
I was, yeah, it's true. In my early days, before I really settled on being a bloodthirsty support, I was Swain up in the top lane, or the mid lane, or really anywhere.
Well, the flex pick Swain is once again a thing on 6.10, and it is confirmed that it will be mid lane Swain with teleport
Yep.
in this game. I think it'll be fine. Obviously, you're going to have a pushing advantage for the Victor, especially when he gets his first augment, but once you get ultimate as Swain, with all the sustain he has, can just sit in a minion wave, basically try and equalize it across the middle of the map. Now, because he's going to sit in a minion wave, maybe there's some ganks that can come the way of Swain, especially early, but if he gets to the minion wave even or better, it's going to be a pretty damn strong front line for Ashe to do the thing behind him.
Yeah, exactly. And, I mean, it just gets so hard to kill the Swain. And look, Swain and Victor with the same pose. What do you know? They were
Synergy.
made to be in the mid lane against each other.
There you go.
Wow. Long lost brothers. Did we just discover something about the lore?
We
man?
did.
Are Swain and Victor actually related?
Official. We've made it official. Doa stamp of approval.
Revealed on LCK1 stream.
Yeah.
Swain and Victor are brothers.
This is going to be a really interesting one. Eva
Should
have
be.
a lot more tools in the early games, so I don't think we're going to see a repeat of Game 1. I'm excited to go to a Game 3, but let's see how this plays out. This is our first mid-lane Swain of the LCK.
Mid lane Swain could be insane. Let's get in the game.
On that hype train.
Let's get in the hype train. There
Yeah.
you go. Welcome to Summoner's Rift ESC Ever versus Jin Air Green Wings game number 2. And Swain in the mid lane. And Swain in the brain.
Swain in the membrane.
Swain in the membrane.
That's what we've got here. I really like Swain.
Yeah.
On patch 6.10, the numbers on the flat heal from his ultimate when he faces champions is super, super high. I believe it's 60 at highest rank. So
Yeah.
the reality is you can just walk into the enemy team, sustain up. Zhonya's is cheap, and of course he's always had that interaction where when he has his ult popped and Zhonya's, he still gets the healing effect from the Ravens coming out. So he's actually got
Ravenous Flock.
from the Ravenous Flock and his never move. Yes, I remember some of the Swain.
Yeah, this is right. Decrepifying people, and here comes Pilot to harass at the Krugs a little bit. Can he take it? Ooh, no, not quite.
Well, they
Maybe
get the
they
little
can get
one.
the other one. A lot of damage onto Crazy.
Can't
Look
quite
at the
force a
little trap.
flash.
Yep.
Let's see
Shay.
if Eva do the safe thing, which would be to go to the bot side jungle. Yep, chases them out.
Certainly does. And so, Pilot going back to lane. And Winged. Stealing away his own red buff.
So with how the draft went, Jin Air were forced to take Nidalee first. We already saw Bless go off on Nidalee, and that's definitely
Oh, hi.
Bless's comfort
Oh.
champion. Is well, Trace wasn't watching the stream,
No, I guess not.
but
I mean, Totoro wasn't either. He just kind of let him walk past. Then he turned to cute him. He's like, is it worth it? Nah.
Maokai and a Braum just passing in the wind.
Yep. That's right.
So Swain's changed a lot. I talked about it last time when I cast Swain. That was Smear playing him in the top lane, but Decrepify's now become the first max. His Q, which is always kind of a one-point wonder. Now that he actually has a spell that has 700 range, which outranges his auto attack and basically every spell he had access to previously, he can actually harass in lane. He has more lane presence, and just given the healing, he's really immovable in team fights. And he's got Ashe and Kindred as double AD to do damage behind him. Never going to be a burst champion, but he occupies space, and that should allow Ashe and Kindred to do their thing. So I like the draft coming through from Eva. We might be seeing the wraparound gank in mid, though.
Yeah, a little bit of trading from Tempt. Actually, Tempt coming out a little bit below Blanc and Hell.
Bless had a really nice angle, but because the whole minion wave was pushing in so far, never really got the right angle, just given the minions.
The crow's just like shaking its head back and forth when he throws it in there. Here's a piece of trivia for you.
Okay.
Pop Smithy, do you know the name of Swain's bird?
Beatrice.
Wow, you got it right. Beatrice. Wow.
I also was
Way to go.
checking the LoL wiki for skill names for Swain a couple of days ago.
Nice.
In preparation for Swain time.
Good job.
And also, the other interaction a lot of people don't know, Achilleos also didn't know this, it's never move, not nevermore.
Well, I knew that. But then again, I was a Swain main.
Understandable mistake, of course.
Yeah, I suppose. Look at that. That bird just like shakes her head back and forth like crazy bird.
She's doing her best to put as much damage as possible,
I
though.
guess.
It takes a lot out of the bird. The Raven, I guess.
APM. Well, I mean, ravens are birds, so you are correct.
I just, trying to get a bit more specific. Confirming it is the Decrepify max in mid lane as well.
Yeah. That bird. Man, that bird just goes nuts when you throw it in there.
I wish it had a Korean sound rather than just the generic. I want to hear what Korean ravens sound like.
Like probably, I mean, it probably makes some Lysandra-esque sound, wouldn't it?
Lack of consistency sometimes in the sound, though.
No, never. Never.
Wave clear.
Yeah, that's what Sivir does.
Fun and interactive wave clear. But we did see the 2v2 eventually get formed. So we did see the counter swap that we didn't comment on with Ashe and Braum entering the top lane. They're very overextended. This is an ever thing, but the pathing here is pretty simple for Winged. You see no defensive vision whatsoever for Ever.
Wing sneaking around behind, going for a gank onto Loken. Maybe there's a flash. Shay, though, caught out. Oh, spear dodged by Loken. He will flash. They're going to go after him. No turret, though. Exhaust used teleport coming in forever. Meanwhile, Crazy Trace duking out in the bot lane. TP did not end up going through, I believe.
Oh, the stun.
Yeah, that's right. Wasn't quite enough. Totoro taking some damage, but in the end, Loken and Totoro somehow escaping out of there.
It's just such poor lane assignments for Ever. They feel the need to swap back into a 2v2 despite not even having any wards. Their jungler doesn't come top to give them defensive vision. And it wasn't a sneaky gank, he just came from the darkness because the whole side of the map was swathed in darkness. There was no defensive information whatsoever for Ever. As they're losing trades in bot lane as well, apparently.
Yeah, well, Shay caught out.
Well, this
overstayed his welcome a bit. And he's tanky, but not that tanky. First blood going to go over to Totoro. Teleport coming in, Trace moving up, decides to go ahead and cancel that in the end.
That was an awful, awful teleport.
I was going to say. And it's too bad, really, because Jin Air had such a big TP advantage after Crazy tried to teleport, in range of the Twisted Advance from Trace, so...
That was bizarre. That was bizarre.
Yep.
Remember that also Echo had no health and no presence in the bot lane either, so...
Yeah.
Just donating a teleport over for no reason whatsoever.
Very kind. Wow, Tempt is such a bully on that Swain.
And this is the thing that kind of people are sleeping on. They look at the ult, and definitely in team fights he's obnoxious in terms of healing. That will be toned down in future patches, but they're like, why is Swain so different? It's that he literally had no abilities longer than his auto attack range except for, the Never move with the very slow charge time before. Now he has this decrepified harass. His lane presence is much higher.
Totoro bless. Can't really go in on that, though.
Yeah, the moment that Chase showed, there's just too much reinforcements on the bot side.
Yeah, so they're going to go after this bottom turret.
But you're giving a champion that could only really farm and had no wave clear a reliable laning phase, and that just means that Swain gets to the raid boss levels of late game so much more reliably.
Right.
And that's why he might not be a staple of the meta, but he's a realistic option in the mid lane champion pool and in top as well.
Need to see. It is cool.
I'm just waiting for Alawi. They keep buffing Alawi. We're going to see her one day.
Maybe. Maybe eventually.
Old champions must be competitive.
There you go. All 100, what, like 30-something now?
We're
20
getting up there. Talia's
That's a lot.
must be close to 130, 131.
There's a Mountain Drake, I believe, for our first Drake of the game. Caught a glimpse of it there. Have to double check.
We can update some of points on laning phases. Tempt and Blanc going very even, so as expected, or maybe to a bit of a surprise. I mean, Victor's by no means an oppressive laner pre-Hex Core, but Swain's been very comfortable, which is good to know.
Yeah.
We're going to be seeing a lot of Victor, so safe champions that can scale but can enter lane against Victor are always going to be relevant. Victor will be a staple unless we see significant changes to his safe wave clear for basically the whole season.
Birdman.
Birdman. Harvey Birdman?
No, just Birdman.
Okay. Good movie.
Yeah, it was, actually.
Intense movie.
Not my cup of tea, really, but
No?
I can admit it was good.
The lack of hard cuts, the fact that every scene went into each other, just made the movie so intense for me. I found it taxing to watch because there was never a natural pause in the action.
I think we need a movie where the drum teacher from Whiplash teaches drums to Michael Keaton from Birdman. That would be an intense movie, man.
Call it Birdman 2.
There you go. Birdman 2, the drumming.
Sure. Maybe work in progress on the subtitle.
I got it.
Okay.
It's perfect.
Definitely.
Well, Loken pushing up this bottom lane. Totoro guarding him from the jungle, but he'll get seen by all those wards, of course. So for now, ESC Ever with a little bit of a gold lead.
Equal top lane and a bot lane turrets falling, so just a single turret to each side. But very much been a farming phase. We've just been able to find a few marks as well.
It's mostly the CS advantage in top lane and AD carry that are giving Ever that gold lead. Of course, the first blood is there too, but Crazy quite a bit up on Trace right now.
It was to do with the timing that saw Ever swap top, which of course made them very gankable as we saw the Nidalee come in, but it allowed Crazy in particular to pick up a lot of extra CS compared to Trace.
Yeah.
And even though Trace won that trade, remember we saw echoed a couple of auto attacks away from death after backing away from a trade. Because he got access to so much more farm, he's had an item advantage basically the whole of this early game. And we'll get to the first item, obviously, at a much faster pace than Trace.
Pretty much. He needs to race to keep up with the Trace pace.
I've noticed that we've been rhyming a lot today.
We have. It's strange. Strange and a little bit disturbing.
I thought you were going to try and find a rhyme for strange. That would be hard.
It's hard to arrange, that's for sure.
I'm just going to be quiet.
Don't mess with my sick flow, Papa Smithy.
Never.
You have learned. Well, Ever really being aggressive as far as their map positioning this game so far. And able to really do work. Oh, Blanc not caught with the never move.
Crazy was in base, looking for a teleport. Ends up just ulting back to lane, so still has that teleport available.
Yeah. Whoa, Che with the long range Krug eating. That Krug went for a ride, man.
Long range Krug eating.
It's like at least I got to see the world before the end.
Oh dear. Tahm Kench is so adorable.
Yeah, and that made actually I think that's a Cloud Drake down the bottom. We didn't really catch a glimpse of it. We've got the icon on the minimap.
Yeah, hasn't been targeted by anyone so far.
Yep. I believe it is. Oh, Blanc getting very low, dropping that Chaos Storm. Tempt healing back up a little bit with the Ravenous Flock. And Blanc, looking for some answers via his Windows 10 interface. He didn't ask for the upgrade chose him.
He had it before Windows 10 was released. That skin's actually outdates Windows 10.
Oh, well, you're right.
Copyright infringement. Right, games get on it.
Guess so. Oh, Generic gets a chance to grab the Rift Herald, actually, which after all the pressure that Ever has put them on is pretty amazing.
And if it goes to Maokai, it might actually answer the item disadvantage has been inconsistently because of all the extra CS.
Very true.
Going over to Crazy, and it won't necessarily be a tipping factor, but it will at least allow Trace to keep entering lane and finally get that Spirit Visage so that it can be immovable on the top.
Yep.
Speaking of immovable, Swain's basically at that point.
Yep. Well, Bless moving down. Are they maybe going to go after this dragon yet?
So far,
probably not. Nope,
no visit.
And it is a Cloud Drake as well.
Ever do have in the late game double TP. Swain and Echo have always been flex champions, so both of them are going to be able to enter those empty lanes. It's going to be a couple of headaches for Victor. Previously, we did see Victors with TP, but at in this current meta, it feels like Victors have much more been taking combat summoners, whether it was Ignite or something like Heal or Cleanse, to really have trading potential in the laning phase, rather than necessarily looking for those big rotational plays.
Yeah. So let's talk about that Cloud Drake for a second. Who would benefit the most from the move and speed buff? Ever or Janair? Never mind. Tempt getting caught a little bit here. Flashes out of the gravity field, still very, very low. Drops a never move. Here comes Totoro with the Q. Exhaust goes down as well. They've saved Swain. Close call, but Totoro coming in, doing the support thing, saving his mid laner.
Also, Tempt flashed early. He needed to flash early, allowed him to get some staining, got out of a few auto attacks. He would have dropped lower and potentially gone down. So pretty clean, given the scenario.
Had to get out of that gravity field, too.
Absolutely. Tick rate so much higher damage. Ever actually going to be optimistic and try this dragon despite losing their mid laner, who still hasn't backed. Does have teleport to get back though.
Looks like Bless is going to be able to claim it. They're just going to let him have it. And again, it's not the biggest dragon in the world. It does just give you that movement speed, but it is, every little bit of movement speed helps.
And even though Kindred's seen all the nerfs, it's important to note that on 5.10 we have the buffed version of the newly released Blood Razor. That's why you see the jungle enchant that used to, of course, show the Devourer upgrade, but now is just the Blood Razor. Does that max HP damage, so 50% attack speed means that as Kindred you can pretty happily solo down the dragon and stay very, very topped up in terms of health, because you do it very quickly.
That's a good point.
That pressure's been good for Jinair around the top. Of course, they have the buff coming through with the Glimpse of the Void from taking the Rift Herald on the Maokai, so it's allowed him to stay in lane. Still 47 CS down though.
Yeah, that's still a very big lead for Crazy. Looks like an Infernal Drake's coming up next.
I mean, at 14 minutes as a top laner to have this ultimate hodgepodge build he has 6 items, but none of them of any repute, is pretty close to panic stations for Jin Air. Teleport coming pretty aggressively here.
Yeah, they're going to try to make a play here. Pilot on his own in the mid lane. Shay there as well. Wing coming down to help out. Ash Arrow misses Pilot. He's going to flash away after getting exhausted. Trace pops that ultimate. Here comes Temp. Blank joining the party too. It's a big team fight, 5v5, but it looks like Ever's going to back off. Gank didn't end up working out, and nobody wants to commit.
They take 3 flashes for only the flash of Totoro, though. So summoner-wise, it's a big win. But given they have Dragon down and Baron isn't on the map yet, it's just going to be a bit of deep vision and a bit of pressure from Ever rather than actually being able to claim any kills.
And I think they'll be happy with map pressure control. I mean, already they are looking better this game than they did in game number 1. As far as their, ability to sort of exert their will on the map.
And, in a support like Braum and even a mid laner like the Swain, they have multiple options to face check, to put down vision, to have pressure around choke. They don't have to be as insanely paranoid about the dark portions of the map where they don't have vision. So comp-wise and in early play, game has gone much cleaner for Ever, but certainly no inevitability about the result. We still are very finely poised 16 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it could certainly still go either way. And Jin Air, of course, has a lot of strength in the late game, whereas Ever, do you feel like they're going to fall off a bit later? That Ashe, of course, not the highest late game damage champion.
It is worth noting that they have double AP in terms of their lanes. Of course, it's going to be mostly tank, but double magic damage in their lanes. But they have double AD from jungle and AD carry. So I feel like the damage level overall is quite high. They don't have bursts like they did in game 1. They have a lot of sustained damage, though.
Right.
So I think they team fight very well. And the Braum obviously really amplifies the safety of their backline, allows them to play more aggressive. But Jin Air kind of have the prototypical comp. This is the sort of team comp that teams mostly reach for because it does a lot of things very well. It lanes safely, it wave clears safely, team fighting is very clean, Sivir presses are all, everyone rushes in. So team fights will be really interesting to see. I think it'll be much on the ability of these individual players with their champions more than necessarily the comps. Because the comps actually match up really cleanly, and that's a treat for us because we're going to see, hopefully, some really exciting 5v5 fights in a late game.
I think we definitely might. So now, though, things will be moving a bit slower.
Now we see the fight, the grand fight between minions and heroes.
And other minions. Oh, and heroes sometimes.
Champions even.
Crazy still with a crazy big CS lead.
Yeah, 50. But it hasn't grown. It's been 40, 30, 50. It hasn't really ballooned, so Trace is at least staying competitive.
And Tempt finally taking a bit of a lead in the mid lane, too.
Surprising to see. So even after the death ray means that minions are lambs to the slaughter for the Victor, Swain has been able to position very aggressively, has just a null magic mantle, isn't worried about the chip damage from some of the Victor spells, and thus can just farm a plenty. So now we know that this effectively, unless we see strong jungle influence in the mid lane, is a farm lane for Swain, which, given how powerful he can become, is happy times forever.
Yeah, that's and it's worrisome for Jin Air, of course, because you don't want that, late game Swain showing up any earlier than you absolutely have to have him show up, because he will get in your team and wreck you.
Yeah, the power spikes are definitely much more clean across the board. We don't have double tier Rod of Ages this game, only the single Rod of Ages that's already close to 5 stacks on the side of Ever. So they're happy to opt into fights. Next dragon spawning in a minute.
Yep, that's right, and it will be that Infernal Drake, like we mentioned earlier, so that big damage boost certainly going to be beneficial for either one of these teams.
And it feels like second dragon Infernal Drake, because of course first dragon sometimes is taken because as a result of lane swaps or other shenanigans. When you know and can set up for a second dragon Infernal Drake, where there isn't an obvious scaling advantage, that should probably be the first flashpoint in this game, unless Totoro gets caught.
Well, I mean, he lucked out a little bit. Pilot missed him with that boomerang blade.
I think Loken was actually envisioned by that point with the minion wave, so I guess the pick pressure was perhaps lower than expected. Oh, the poke actually hit Loken there, so
yeah.
Not going to be a huge consideration, though.
Here comes Bless coming down from the top. They're not going to really...
They have the deep ward you can see on the mini-map.
They could teleport in. Crazy. Going back to top lane, though. He's not waiting in Fountain or anything, so...
I feel like the timer might be the reason. We're at 19:30, so almost time for Home Guard buff to come through.
10 seconds till Dragon, too. Hey, but wow, there's the recall from Winged right as the Dragon spawns. Vision for ESC Ever as well, but they're not going for that Dragon right away.
Not going to take it off spawn, although Bless is walking straight up to it. Remember, he soloed down the first dragon. He'd love to do that again when it comes to the Infernal, but you can see that back timers have been pretty erratic on both teams when it comes to this dragon. Again, we're seeing Ever lose pressure. Remember, we saw Tempt have to flash in the mid lane, then Bless still came and soloed down the dragon, and that effectively happens a second time, although Ashe did cancel her back and come and help, but end result, free dragon forever.
Yeah. And that's a pretty big deal now. They've gotten both dragons so far. They've gotten the speed, they've gotten the boost to magic damage and physical damage.
I mean, the speed is not really a relevant buff. It's
nice.
In terms of numbers, it's too low. 15 movement speed is just not exciting. It's less than Boots of Alacrity, or the Alacrity enchantment used to give in the past. And, you know, even if you increase by 50%, it's still very much on the low side. So while it's nice, it's not going to make up for, say, the Sivir Ultimate, right? The Sivir Ultimate, having 15 extra MS isn't going to be relevant. So there's a reason why that buff is kind of passed over in terms of impact, unless we see 3 stacks and then the Elder Drake come in, and then it will be very relevant. The Infernal Drake, though, will actually be a massive factor, especially when there's 4 damage dealers on the side of Ever.
Right. Meanwhile, the CS lead holding about even for Tempt right now. But a lead it still is.
We still have a laning phase at 20 minutes, which is insane, but maybe Nidalee will finally put an end to that. She rotates around bot, so it should be finally a second turret coming down at 21 minutes.
Yep. Looks that way.
Mirror pressure on the other side of the map.
Yeah, they'll just go ahead and trade turrets in the top and bottom.
Tempo advantage lies with Jin Air. Remember, they took an early inhibitor in pretty much the similar scenario by just being faster at taking down objectives, but they back away after all is said and done in the bot lane after taking that outer turret.
Well, here we go. On a wing. Oh, but everything misses.
I can kite back to the friendly side of the map.
Yep, well, not too friendly. Jin Air is there. Going after this mid lane, but it looks like Ever should be able to zone them off it pretty easily. And Totoro's Qs have just not been connecting.
Optimistic, though, with turrets still up, so not really any kill pressure regardless if that skill shot came down. This game changes quite dramatically when outer turrets go down in mid lane, when there might actually be a flank from the likes of Swain, Echo, especially the Maokai. But for now, with the short lane in mid and the high wave clear on basically both sides, AIM has very much stalled out a little bit.
Yep. But that is okay for Swain.
See in mid lane.
Yeah, they're going to try to catch Tempt here. Sivir all use. Flash from Jay misses with the tongue. And Tempt is going to be a nimble Birdman. And back away. Here comes Totoro coming down now. Wow, I thought Tempt was dead for sure, but somehow he managed to avoid all that.
It's a really nice proactive move from Che, especially. Che delivered Pilot behind the Swain in the mid lane, but Swain flashed into an area where Braum and Ashe had been fighting on the top side of the map. They had no vision there, and of course, this is Jin Air Green Wing, so they don't go and chase people where there's no vision.
Right.
And they back away accordingly.
Here comes Winged, another play attempt onto Tempt, and Tempt has no flash right now. Turns on to Blanc to push him away for the moment. Wow, they didn't commit to that. They didn't have vision in the enemy jungle, so they didn't really know if it was safe to chase him into the river.
It also takes so long to kill an Abyssal level 14 Swain, so unless his mana bar is kind of empty, you just back away. The kill percentage there is really low chance.
True.
No one's going to be dying fast this game. We see a lot of tanky builds and a lot of tanky DPS champions. Sivir will start exploding people with an Infinity Edge on top of the Zeal item she's building, but for now, long team fights will be expected.
Oh yeah. Ever though, they really want that bottom lane turret. Pushing Trace away, maybe a pick. No twist advance. Back onto Bless. Bless drops that Kindred ultimate, trying to stay alive, but he is not going to. That's a kill over to Jin Air now, and they're going to continue to chase. Spear dodge, but Trace in onto Totoro. That's another catch from that Maokai. Loken still on the run, only on that Ashe. Can't move too quickly. Crazy trying to zone for him. Spears dodge, but again, Trace trying to loop around from the top, and I think he's going to be able to get behind this Ashe.
Is anyone else
Maybe.
going to be there to do damage, though? No, the health bars are high enough that it's not realistically going to happen. Swain's going to keep pushing mid.
I guess so, yeah. Going after the turret, and they might be able to claim that.
So that was really interesting. Swain cancelled his teleport even though they were against a Sivir, so the chase was certainly going to be on. Ended up giving away a second kill and not taking mid lane turret. It's just going to have to watch the replay to make sure that it would have just been a suicide teleport, because if Temp could have actually impacted that team fight, it's just cancelling a teleport against the Sivir comp. You always are expecting more and more people to be chased down when it's Sivir Nidalee when it comes to chase power. So the extra person goes down, which advantaged Jin Air, but no objectives from the 2 kills they picked up.
Right. Well, kills are kills. They do even up the gold with that at least.
Explosive game compared to game 1. 3 kills now at 25
I
minutes.
know, wow. Somebody stop these guys. What is this, the LPL? Here comes Trace. There goes Trace. There goes the sapling. Here comes Trace. There goes Trace.
Have you ever considered narrating children's books, Doa?
Yeah, that would have been a good...
Yeah.
See Maokai walk. Walk Maokai.
Right game. Sign this man up.
See Maokai throw a sapling. Check the bush. Check bush. Check.
Well, nothing's
That
happening.
doesn't
So
work
I
very
want you
well.
to continue casting for the next minute in your narration voice.
Kindergarten pass. That's right. Oh, Jay's in the bush. Watch out. Well, that mid lane turret very low. Infernal Drake is up.
Ooh, second Infernal Trade.
Yeah, that's right. And that could be big if they... Well, hello. The spear finds everybody on the other team. And Wing has been pretty good with hitting those Nidalee spears this game.
So if it's not grouped, but ever don't seem to want to commit to the Ash arrow. Have we even seen a single Ash arrow this game?
We saw one, but it missed in
Ah.
bot lane.
Logan
So
was
we-
really on point with his Ash arrows last time we saw him play.
Bless starts the Infernal Drake. Has to back away, though. And this is big. If Jin Air can get this, that's going to be a nice step in pulling ahead.
I mean, if Eva can get a second one, that would be massive too.
Yeah, for sure. That's why they're going to fight over it. Tempt coming down, throws in Beatrice. Watch out, Beatrice the bird is going to stop taking that Drake. Looks like Jin Air might claim this one, though. Bless coming in. Can he get there? No. Goes over to Jin Air. And here's the fight. Totoro in the middle of everything. Trace very, very low. Looking pretty good forever. From the beginning, crazy on the run. ESC ever trying to chase down the rest of Jin Air. They're going to be happy with just one kill, though. They didn't get that dragon, which does hurt. Temp coming in, finds Pilot, gets the slow, never move, doesn't have its effect. They get the flash anyway.
It's actually really
Wow,
nice.
Pilot was down to 30 health there.
It's really nice layering of CC from Eva. They actually stunned up the Tahm Kench after he ate the Sivir, who did get hit by the Ash Arrow, so that was a bad timing on the spell shield. So all in all, they get the single kill, which obviously isn't massive. As you mentioned, they don't get the second dragon, which would have been the double stack of the Infernal Drake.
Sure.
But they get a lot of map pressure from it. So map pressure's unfortunately been the only deciding objective that both these teams can really have hoped to claim in the early games. Otherwise, it's been very close. Itching closer and closer, though, to the 5v5 fights that we're really looking forward to.
Well, we've had a couple little 5v5 fights, but neither team has really wanted to commit yet.
Third item, Void Staff. This is really aggressive itemization from Temp. We've seen Rylai's third from Smeb in a situation where I thought Zhonya's was desperately needed. We've seen Zhonya's third from Someday, but actually going for Void Staff, so pure damage build, trying to get through the magic resist that's honestly being stacked on the side of Jin Air, but it makes Temp that much more susceptible to being burst down.
True. And, we talk about how tanky that Swain gets, but that's based a lot on the items as well. So if he's building things like Void Staff, he is going to be a little bit more fragile than usual.
And it's worth noting that unlike other champions that have scaling healing abilities, he does flat healing on every time his ultimate interacts with an enemy champion. He doesn't actually get, like a lot of champions, if you do more damage, you get more healing. But with Swain, it's just completely related to AP. So Void Staff doesn't actually change how much healing he gets from his ultimate.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit more AP, I suppose, but do a lot.
Helps with the damage, so that's happy times.
Oh, yeah.
Items starting to get put together everywhere. Infinity Edge third from Loken's a super aggressive build. Most Ashes feel threatened enough at this point to build something like the Mercurial Scimitar, but going the full damage build, that was what cost Tempt his life, going the full damage Varus in the last game, getting caught in the 56-minute team fight. So Loken will trust his positioning, which, given what I've seen from Loken, is usually on point.
Should be pretty safe, yeah. Certainly has not shown that he has any issues staying alive and relevant on that Ashe in other games we've seen.
Yeah, but do have good control on the map. They're pushing in waves. The pink wards have stuck from Jin Air for a long time, so they're not actually taking the kills, taking the pressure, and taking enemy buffs like the red and blue, but when it comes to safe places to farm, Ever has basically the entirety of the map, and Jin Air are just forced under their turrets.
Yep. A bit of a gold lead for ESC Ever. As we wait to see what the next Drake is going to be. But so far, so good. Now, the thing I'm curious about is with this little edge that Ever has, you know, if they get to the point where closing out the game is kind of the plan, you know, how efficiently, how smoothly can they do it?
I mean, historically, the answer is pretty damn cleanly. They have been excellent at conceptualizing team fights in the late game and making strong initiations with, irrespective of roster. Ares was always a good team fighter in the late game and kind of led his team with shot calling. Now it's Bless in the jungle, so things have changed a bit there. But Loken, you know, he's taking on his back. He's playing Ashe, and Ashe is all about control. She's the closest to, say, a control AD carry, and that she's much more about her CC initiation and is consistently slowing down the enemy than about sheer burst damage, like, for example, the Tristana that we saw in Game 1. So it feels like Loken's going to make the decisions, and given how well his Sivir and his command of that champion carried this Ever lineup to the LCK, I think you can be pretty happy putting all the eggs in the Loken basket.
Yeah, it seems like that's the plan for now anyway. Dragon in a minute. We'll see which one it is.
Yeah, the Infinity Edge looks like it's going to be picked up. Will be a really big pickup for Loken. Has the Braum in front of him. As a Swain is going to be occupying a lot of space. Now the Sunfire and 3 tank items finished for Crazy. Free auto. Loken is going to be doing a lot more damage than free auto. Sivir, it's just, can Jin Air find a flank and force Loken to not be getting those consistent auto attacks out? That's probably the difference between a won and lost team fight for ESCM.
True. Looks like it's going to be another Wind Drake, or Cloud Drake, rather. From what we've seen in the pit. Yep, there it is. Ta-da! So a little bit more movement speed. Maybe not the most exciting Drake to fight over.
At this point, you're fighting at every opportunity. Both teams are going to be pretty happy where they're at. The gold is very similar. Slight advantage to Ever in the late game.
He's going down.
Team comp's similar.
Ooh, okay. They're just going to clear wards. Thought maybe we'd see a crazy early Baron. Or I guess it's not so early, but it'd be a surprise if they tried it.
Feels like Ever actually have really good Baron damage because Swain can tank it forever. And obviously so can the Kindred, so they have good sources of tanking. Sorry, so can the Echo, but the Kindred bursts it down alongside the Ashe very fast, so Baron taking probably big advantage to Ever in that way.
That's right. Wow, some damage onto Che. Oh, Braum ultimate used, but doesn't hit anybody. Loken taking some damage, firing that volley behind him. Oh, Totoro tried to pull the trigger on that one, and that is a tough ultimate to be without as the dragon comes up.
Didn't even mention the fact that although Loken has the initiating champion, the natural counter pick is the Tahm Kench to eat the person that's arrowed, so you almost feel incentivized to hit Tahm Kench with the arrow, which is always sad times.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, if you can burst him down before he uses
Teleport
his
coming
spray
out
health.
very deep.
That's right. They're going to bring Crazy down to the bottom of this fight, but he's very separated. Turning on the Trace now for some damage. Blanc doing what he can. Of course, on that victory, drops the Chaos Storm. Crazy a little bit on his own. Here comes the rest of ESC Ever now. Temp so low, he can't really get close enough to do much of anything. Wink zoning by himself, never moved to use. Not going to stop Trace from jumping in. Temp still trying to make it work. He does get one kill. Crazy actually still alive too. There's a Lamb despite looking for that big heal. A kill comes in for Loken, and ESC Ever a double kill for Tempt. And man, this team is so good at scrapping and skirmishing, and they are going to go right for Baron, it looks like.
Jin Air bought the bought the bait, hook, line, and sinker. They saw
so.
the low health bar on Tempt and like, we'll take out this Swain. But Swain is so sustainable, and the Lamb's Respite could be popped at any moment, so the heavy penalty is 4 deaths, and this time it's enough fix to take a massive objective. No way to answer it for Jin Air. Really well played by Eva. But Jin Air had an exit strategy. They could have taken it, they were baited in, and the result was a massive win for Eva.
Yeah, and they needed that bad. That gives them a nice, decent gold lead now at 35 minutes, and Jin Air in trouble.
And the reason why I frame it around Jin Air making a mistake is that Eva were kind of out of tools at that point to actually keep forcing the fight. Ash Arrow was down. The Ash CC is not enough to keep everyone in position. It required Jin Air to recommit for them to actually get a Titanic win. Otherwise, it would have kind of been a kill, one and done.
Yeah, for sure.
They bought returning to the fight. Thus, the 4 kills came out. Now we're going to see the Baron and the Dragons. So objectives stacking up, and Eva looking more and more likely to take this game too.
Yeah, they kind of are. Cloud Drake taken, that's the second one, and that's going to help them speed their way around the map a little bit quicker too, which is always nice.
That will be the final Dragon taken in the stacking phase, so
Yep.
Elder Dragon will mean that they will be moving at 45 movement speed extra, which is actually
pretty
relevant.
good.
We're talking about almost a free Boots of Swiftness upgrade at that point.
Yeah, it's not bad at all.
Will be answered in team fights, but the moment that Sivir ult runs down, that's when they'll really be able to run Jin Air around the map.
True. Yes, Ever pushing down the mid lane with that Baron. Trying to close it out. And the thing is, if they win, this would be our first Game 3 of the season so far. It was all 2-0s last week.
They are separating. Swain is split pushing the bottom. He has teleport. Echo, who's pushing the top, doesn't have teleport. The 3-man core in mid is double AD and Braum, so it's actually very powerful at pushing. So I actually really don't mind this lane assignment coming through from Eva. Usually it's very risky to split up even with that Baron buff, but they're just doing their best to run Jin Air around the map, because if it was a 5-man group, if they just said, all right, Baron buff, let's go siege mid lane turret, you still have to remember, Maokai, Victor, Sivir, wave clear. The wave clear would have presented a lot of issues. If they run them around the map, there's never going to be Victor and Sivir in the same map. They're going to have to be in different lanes to wave clear,
Sure.
and that's why they actually get some of these turrets. So really nice movement from Eva.
Yeah. No, they're definitely looking good. Trace trying to save his top lane tier 2, but it's tough, man. Ever putting the full court press on these guys right now as they take out the tier 2 in mid lane.
So smart. Those, oh boy, turret dive.
Wow, Blank got really low, dude. Tempt backing out that Chaos Storm, but he's got that sustain from the Ravenous Flock.
Everyone doing this so well. Never are Victor and Sivir allowed to be in the same lane, and that's
Yeah.
why they've taken so many more turrets. So
Well, compare what Ever is doing right now to what Jin Air did in game number 1. They're closing it out so much more cleanly. I feel like they're being so much more decisive.
they're definitely being more decisive. They also have better tools to do what they're doing. So
True.
it's a bit about the war chest and a bit about the mindset, but Eva have always had an excellent mindset for split push. That's why they made their name as double teleport with any champions. If you're taking double teleport with Varus, you're taking double teleport for rotations, not about Varus making big teleport flanks. So
Of
this is
course.
a team that made their name on map rotations, and even with some adjustments in lineup, they're showing they still have that string to their bow. They're looking really good in that way.
Oh, yeah. Nice 9,000 gold lead, too, for them, so comfortably ahead in pretty much every regard. 7-2 in turrets, too. Wow. So, at this point, it seems like Jin Air just kind of needs some sort of desperation fight.
Yeah, we're getting to 40 minutes, so those death timers are going to be matching the forever death timers we remember of previous matches.
Sure enough, whoa, Wing, that was brave. Wow, and baits out the Ash Arrow, gets slowed down, gets out. I mean, Ash Arrow's on a slow cooldown, but man, that was a brave move from Wing, but it ended up working out.
Still not interested in committing all their forces to one lane. We see Crazy still going to keep pushing in the top lane. Maokai at this point doesn't do relevant damage to the Echo, and with Iceborne Gauntlet, he can keep getting those procs onto turrets. So they have inhibitor turrets down. It's just them navigating. Take that actual inhibitor. Oh, I tell a lie. Still a little bit of health on this bot lane inhibitor turret.
Glad to be Papa Smithy.
All right, I take back the lie.
Oh, that was really simple. Nope. There goes the inhibitor turret. There goes the inhibitor as Wing takes way too much damage to stick around that fight. Meanwhile, Crazy already working on the mid inhibitor. And Ever just looking way too strong to push back at the moment anyway.
It's just so clean, though. It's always, we see the full zoom on an objective to track it, and then it's always, meanwhile, at this minion wave, prepped to push the mid lane inhibitor.
That's
Meanwhile,
true.
at the slow push in top, as they get ready for the top inhibitor. It's really, really nice to see, again, from a team that only a couple of months ago was Challenger.
Yeah.
And they were struggling in Challenger. They were on a downturn in the second half of the season when they reintroduced Key to their lineup after the competitive ruling came out. We haven't talked much about Totoro, but it's been very clean this series.
He's been performing well. And
He won't make those superstar plays. Like Key, when he's on form, those Bard ultimates you'll remember from the CJ Enter series, he wins games. But Totoro, he's much more the Mr. Reliable type that won't win games, but won't also make the same errors that Key can be prone to.
really is just a good neighbor. It's true. It's just a great description.
I like how he's like the best substitute you could ever ask for. He's literally my neighbor Totoro.
Yeah, pretty much. Ever pushing up that top lane a little bit more before rotating back. Baron up in a little over a minute. Dragon up in a little under a minute. That is the Elder Drake now. So imagine the speed at which Ever would move around the map if they can get that Elder Dragon. Not to mention the extra buff onto the Infernal Drake buff too. So they'll be high-powered and quick.
It looks like Jin are going to really struggle to contest it. Once again, the minion waves being slow pushed in multiple lanes.
Yeah.
Playing this smartly. They have all their forces on top, so you can see that Ever, with this many members committed, are much more interested in breaking the base than taking the inhibitor. Because if specifically the Kindred is on the top side of the map, they're not really thinking about Dragon.
Yeah, pretty much. Temp down the bot lane, putting all the pressure on that he can right up into the Nexus turrets. Ash Arrow, I thought I saw an Ash Arrow. I was wrong.
Pilot's
I
going
got
the risky
excited.
build here. Doesn't have QSS, only has the spell shield. So if they can ever bait that out, really easy window for initiation.
It's true. Wow. Ever is just taking up permanent residence inside the Jin Air base right now.
And then, you know,
Oh, there we go. Flash was advance onto Temp. Temp gets low, pops that zone. He's right
Ash
away.
Arrow.
Still getting the buff from the birds. The Ash Arrow does go through. Whoa, there goes Tahm Kench immediately. Welcome to the House of Swain as Temp just eats through the enemy team. Not a bad play from Crazy either, getting way in the back lines, but the end result is that ESC Ever is going to win this team fight easily. Looks like they're going to win the game easily, as there goes the Nexus turret. Second Nexus turret on the way out as well. Here comes Blanc trying to make a play, but the Nexus already dead, and this series is all tied up.
and take 2 of Operation Assassinate Swain goes very much the same as take 1. It's just not possible with so many items piled in. But even though the members were so far away, he popped Zhonya's, it bought 2.5 seconds, he sustained up to full.
Yeah.
The rest of the team, the cavalry came in, and Ever really just outfoxed Jin Air in multiple different ways. They played the map better, their champ select was so much more clean. Gone was the Kha'Zix because the jungle bans didn't come through. Took the Kindred, embraced the game, and we're seeing the damage to champions from the Swain, literally from his ability to sit in the middle of the enemy team and just constantly sustain damage them down. Was a really clean play from Ever, and finally, a clean performance on a Swain.
Yeah, I mean, he pretty much was Swain to the max.
Yep, that was exactly
game.
what you picked Swain for, to sit in the enemy team, buy any sort of aggro from the enemy, sustain up, and meanwhile, Kindred and Ash did their thing, and so did Ever.
Yep, that's right. So that's going to be it for game number 2. Quick break, and we're going to move to see who takes this best of 3, our first game 3 of Champions, or of LCK Summer, rather.
So that prediction I got right, at least. It is going to be
I guess
the
so.
third game between these two teams.
And you did say Ever 2-1. And after that game, you might be right.
That's why I am the analyst, guys. I am the analyst. You can only bet on
Sure.
SKT. That's when you always outfox me.
All right.
Once I learn to bet on SKT, I'm finally going to have it over you, Doa.
That's right. I guess that's okay. I'll take that. Sure. I'll stick to SKT. I'll be right about Worlds pretty much every year.
It's true. Like when it comes to the big matches, you have a pretty good batting average.
Sure.
That's my American reference.
There you go.
Batting average.
Well, they don't play baseball in Australia?
You hit lots of 3-pointers. That's basketball.
That's
They play
right.
basketball in Australia. I'm being facetious there.
Great. Well.
The baseball scene, not so big.
Oh.
It's America's
can you do?
greatest pastime.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. Yeah. All right. Well, on that note, guys, when we come back, game number 3 between Jin Air and ESC Ever. Don't miss it. Be right back after this.
not winning. It's like 25 the lives that you bust out of prison. Something's in the air, something's in the air. It's like that feeling when you're just about to kill it. Take your last shot, you know you're gonna hit it. Something's in the air, something's in the air. Whoa. Something big, I feel it happening out of my control. Pushing, pulling, and it's grabbing me. Feel it in my bones like, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Something big, I feel it happening. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Something big.
And welcome back to LCK Summer. Swain gets the MVP. Tempt in the mid lane with the Birdman. With the flock of Birdman. We need a flock of seagulls skin for Swain, don't we?
We definitely need a new skin for Swain, and his
That'd be
pick
great.
rate is going up, so it's the right time for it. We saw 2 top lane Swains that kind of flattered to deceive, but the mid lane one really did it for me. The impact in the team fights was palpable. He was really able to sustain up a lot of damage and put out a lot of damage. He actually had the highest damage value of anyone on his team, and it was really the Swain that was different between the two teams, and we finally learned that, okay, against Victor, Swain able to just equalize with the Victor, farm in the minion wave, top up very happily, and a free farm Swain. This is the result you get.
I feel like this makes the pick and ban really interesting for game number 3 as well, because we saw a big focus on the jungle ban early on in game number 1. We saw a shift in game number 2. So, what are we going to see in game number 3 as we see this final team fight?
And that's the interesting thing to say. We're going to see, of course, the teams be on the same sides they were in game 1, which might be a relevant point. If the jungle pool is pinched, maybe we don't actually have a 3rd, 4th, 5th string jungler for Bless, who really was the person most impacted by game 1. So if they can recreate that scenario where Bless is forced onto a very edge meta jungler, the result was already very good in game 1 for Jin Air, so I think that's their priority. Pinch the jungle pool again and force Bless onto a 3rd, 4th string jungler.
It seems like that's the way to go, but are we sure it's that? Because what if he had picked like a Lee Sin or something? You'd think that he might have been able to do a little bit better.
No, we're not sure it's that, but that's the big data point then. Because game 2, they picked very cleanly. They swapped meta junglers, and Ever basically blew them away. They had a very good draft. They played intelligently. And it was the little things, right? It was their use of the minion wave. It's the fact that they got Baron. They didn't barrel on mid lane into the Sivir Victor and happily just end up having to spend, 50% of their Baron duration chipping away at a turret. No, they fanned out across the map. They divided. They conquered. So their game plan when they're ahead is very strong. It's just Ever was always the team that if they get ahead, they run the double TP, they play it well, they play the map well, they win from there. But if you can attack them early, if you force them on one of those awkward jungle matchups, or if you get a snowball early, that's where they look a bit more questionable. So it's going to be all on Jin Air, really ramping it up in the early game, getting the winning matchups, getting the winning jungle matchup, and putting the hurt to them early. Because if it's another even or better game for Ever, I think they're going to do just fine.
Yeah, I mean, and it's really interesting to see a team with what seems to be such a strong late game in terms of shot calling and execution as ESC Ever. Because remember, these guys just came out of Challenger. These guys, are looking way better than the other teams kind of below the main league. So I think if they can keep things up, especially if they can actually win this one, if they can beat Jin Air, they've got a good shot to be a contender this season.
That's why their path through Challenger was such a surprise, because we left the Casper Cup seeing them win, and say what you will about SKT and Rocks kind of being on vacation mode at that point, they still played very well, very cleanly that tournament, above their level, and everyone left that tournament and IEM being like, crap, it would have been great to see these guys in Champions. But they didn't dominate Challenger. They struggled. They finished 2nd in the regular season. They had a long downturn, and it's worth noting that Key, of course, their starting support in most cases was unavailable for all that. They had some hiccups. They changed their mid laner, but they hit high gear in the Challenger playoffs, specifically in the final. It was only a 3-2 win over MVP, but they did take that title down. They looked strong in beating Smenu to make it through to this stage. And now it feels like the old Ever. It feels like we got what we wanted 6 months ago, just in a different form. It's a different mid laner. It's a different jungler, but it's the same exciting Ever with the intelligent shot calling, with the good macro play that blessed us at Casper Cup. Just, again, modified to 6.10.
Yeah, and so we move into picks and bans for game number 3 between ESC Ever and the Jin Air Green Wings. And Ever going to start off with that Twisted Fate ban. Nidalee taken out by Jin Air.
No roster change, so Jin Air will be persisting with Blanc in the mid lane. Not to say that he had a bad game, but just worth noting. Also,
I think he did
no
okay
introduction
on that
for Key. Totoro will be seeing out the series.
Yeah. All right, a Azir ban from Ever for their second one.
So Ever's definitely not going to be the one pinching jungle pools. Only Nidalee's been banned so far. Let's see if Jin Air go further, because heavily.
wonder.
I could see a Kindred first pick coming out. And okay,
Swain.
respect Swain ban. Interesting.
They're just not ready to handle that, I guess, in the mid lane. Don't have enough practice against it, or whatever.
I think Ever would again default to one of their control mage mids, or something like a Varus, which would open up assassin play from Blanc. He is a known LeBlanc player.
Yeah.
Of course he is, with a name like that. So let's see how this pick and ban goes, because the jungle pool is certainly going to be almost untouched. Will we see a Kindred final ban? Because that would leave Ryze open now. They beat Ryze in Game 1, but I mean, Ever showed in Game 1 they will reach for Ryze, and whether they'll reach from over Kindred is a question we'll very soon get the answer for if Ryze is not banned.
Elise. So they will ban another jungler. Ryze is open, so what is Ever going to take here?
Worth noting that Kindred and Rek'Sai are both junglers blessed players, and both are available, so this is a better scenario to pick the Ryze.
All right, they're going to go for the Ryze. It seems a little bit risky to give the Rek'Sai over to Wing, but he may take that Kindred anyway.
At least it's a trade, right? There's no, like,
Sure.
imminent Kha'Zix threat. He could play Kha'Zix, I guess, but
True.
he does have a top meta jungler available in Rek'Sai with these lock-ins.
All right, well, the Victor going to be locked in along with the Kindred, and without the Swain, without the Azir to go into the Victor, maybe it would make it a little bit tougher for Ever to kind of find a mid lane matchup that works out.
I think it's going to be Rek'Sai Varus. I think that's what you go for. The Varus
yeah, I
is such
suppose.
a safe laning phase.
Oh, here you go. You can
Against
go
the Victor.
Ashe with that too.
Yep, you don't need to reach for
Yep.
either of those
Ashe
picks
Braum.
just yet. So, return to the Ashe pick. And yeah, I could definitely see Varus Rek'Sai closing out this draft. You'd have a strong front line in Rek'Sai, Braum, and of course the Ryze as well towards the late game. You'd have initiation. And it's an answer to the Victor, another farm lane that does just fine in lane.
Sure. And that's Sivir being mulled over by
Sivir
Jhin
Victor
right
Maokai,
now.
let's go, guys.
Yeah. I mean, it's becoming a classic pretty quickly, isn't it?
Jhin got that comp in game 2 and were outplayed across the map to
True.
take it down. So there definitely are ways to run around what is so traditionally one of those blind pick-esque comps in terms of power.
Right. And they may just go for the Echo here, too.
Okay, maybe just trying to pressure. With all the sustained damage from Ryze, you can get a lot of value out of the Echo Ultimate when it comes to trades in the top lane. Not that Maokai really has any significant issues either, but let's see whatever it does. Because, again, I'm predicting the Varus, but maybe we'll see something crazy from 10th. He has
Well,
been known to play Assassins on occasion.
It's true, but I like the Varus here. I mean, it's safe. You know it's effective. He's such a good Varus player. You're going into a Victor. Yeah, Rek'Sai Varus makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's what I predicted, but ESC ever have been known for their curveballs. This is a team that blind picks
Well,
the
there you
blind
go.
picks champions in the early rotations. Karma's another one that Tempt messes around with, and it would be a lot of early lane pressure. What this would do is that it would mean they have one lane with pressure in the mid lane, while Ryze and to a lesser degree Ashe are kind of just going even or slightly worse in their lanes. So
I mean, it's a
something
good
different.
takeaway, too, from Jhin Air, right?
Sure.
Because it denies all those speed boosts that you get from having the Sivir and the Karma on the same team.
Yeah, it's good that you pointed that out because their last pick was to be support, and
Yeah.
Sivir Karma has been a lane that can be oppressive when it comes to pushing the mini waves, and then you get double Sivir ult effectively with the Mantra E.
Yep, but the Bard is open. Shay can take that.
It's probably not going to be the Zyra that we so loved from Che in his previous series, just because this is a team that's going to go aggressive, and Zyra's so much better kiting back with the Stranglethorn's ultimate. So Bard would at least give some lane pressure to Sivir, who can struggle in some of those early trades.
Yeah, I think you're right about the Zyra. I mean, you can't really, like, run into a place and start using Zyra right away. She needs time to set up the seeds and kind of prepare the battleground. And so it will be the Bard.
Interesting. So they don't go for quite what we expected in terms of the Varus pick, but this is almost a safer draft from Ever. Varus can have those scenarios where he dies in lane and then has to hang back. There's no lane pressure in mid, then Ryze is getting dived in top, and then Ashe is having struggles in bot lane. Karma is a much stronger, safer laner. From level 1 onwards, pretty oppressive in her trading. So they're going to have some power in the mid. They're going to also have some movement speed, as you mentioned, to negate Sivir and her speed ups. So a lot of synergy here, but can Crazy get going? Because that's the question mark to me, is if this Ryze gets going, I really like the draft from Ever. And also, how does Bless use a control jungler? Because that hasn't really been his MO, at least in Champions so far.
I suppose, but it's such a strong pick right now that you should probably know what to do with it.
I mean, think of these fights. Ashe Arrow, Flash Unbarrow, Flash, Rune Prison, the CC chains are very impressive. Braum, of course, with the concussive blows.
Yeah, Karma's sitting on you with her own chains too, so yep. You can definitely get CC'd for a very long time.
Right at the last second, cleanse change to Victor. Very much going to be necessary.
Oh yeah, for sure. So, the game is loading up for our last game of the night, actually. ESC Ever taking on the Jin Air Green Wings. Whoever wins this will remain undefeated in the first 2 weeks of LCK Summer. And what a huge statement it would be for Ever to actually take down Jin Air.
Yeah, they would be second overall because Samsung has 2-2-0 victories, but still, as you say, undefeated, right at the top of the table. A great debut onto the champion scene for Ever, and very possible. This is a cleaner draft than Game 1, even though there's some commonalities about it.
That's right. So, time to go into game number 3. We'll see who takes it. ESC Ever versus Jin Air Green Wings. Time to resolve our first 3-game set of LCK Summer. All right, starting out with an Ocean Drake as we move on to Summoner's Rift for game number 3 in our 7th match already of LCK Summer. ESC Ever looking to take down one of the more dominant teams from Champion Spring in Jin Air. We'll see if they can do it.
So far looking like standard lanes, although Ashe and Braum making their way towards the top side of the map, so not wanting to opt into the 2v2.
Yep.
If you can engineer a situation where you hit level 6 and the outer turrets are down, Ashe Braum is basically death for any duo lane pushing up. The moment you see, say for example, the Sivir spell shield down, you have massive pick pressure. And we already outlined that anyone who's going to be visiting these lanes has CC of their own, point and click for Ryze and the Flash Unburrow for the Rek'Sai. So
Yeah.
turrets being down is basically death for a lot of the Jin Air members. So lane swap's going to be just fine from the perspective of Ever.
Yep, they're going to move in onto Bless and Crazy and try to deny these Krugs, and it looks like they'll be able to. Keep chasing, too.
So it's a selfish start by Ever. They don't go on the invade. They actually just take a camp for themselves. You also see Echo's going to poke into lane and try and push it as fast as possible. They don't know the lane swap is on, or they have a pretty good idea of it. Now Echo will be chased out of top.
Yep.
Jungle follow delayed on the side of Ever.
Got in there and got 1 CS at least.
Bard looking for a cheeky roam.
Yeah, trying to come in onto Tempt, see if he can get that flash out early.
Looking
for that Cosmic Binding. There it is. Tempt in a lot of trouble. Gonna flash. Ignite flash from Blank as well. Gets caught under the turret a little bit. But Shay there to make sure Crazy doesn't finish him off, and Totoro can't get there in time for any sort of revenge. So very quick first blood coming out for Jin Air.
It's a really quick pathing too from Che, and you could see that Tempt had no idea what to do. Whichever way he juked, he was within terrain to be hit by the Cosmic Binding, and that's the stun registering. So really nice roam from Jin Air. Very much Peekaboo-esque in terms of its timing and its impact. So nice early advantage, and suddenly Karma, who should have a very strong, oppressive laning phase against his Victor, is going to be on the back foot.
Well, yeah, I mean, without those summoners, too, Tempt is going to really have a tough time.
Worth knowing that Blanc also used both his summoners over the course of that fight. We're going to have the bonus gold.
That's both.
The buy timing's not ideal. Would love to pick up that first Hex core, but realistically, with the gold at this present moment, it's going to be a couple of Dorans probably for Victor.
Yep.
Yeah,
Tempt getting a bit of time to lane now.
See the lane swap finally ending, so definitely early advantage Jin Air having picked up that kill gold.
Loken, I thought maybe he was going to sacrifice himself for the minions.
He thought he was going to do a Sangyun and just die to the minions.
Or an arrow, yeah.
Oh dear.
Wasn't that arrow the other day? Yeah, it was arrow.
You're right, sorry, it wasn't an arrow. It was pre-planned according to Chani, but he would say that, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's not a big reason not to do that, because it does get you back to base faster, actually.
Sure, but even if it was a mistake, they would probably be like, no, it was all planned, just to spare some blushes.
Yeah, maybe. That is true. And the Ocean Drake going over to Jin Air early on. It's going to give him that nice regen.
They invest a lot into taking this dragon. As you can see, health bars get super, super low. We're going to see
Cloud Drake next.
Two of the, I feel like the two of the low tier list dragons, because everyone really loves the Infernal and Mountain.
Yeah.
But regardless, so a lot invested to pick up that first dragon. It does mean that we're probably going to see more dragons before Elder Drake spawns, given just how ludicrously early compared to other games his first dragon has come down.
Could be. Loken moving down to bot lane now. Wing taking his anger out on the Gromp. Poor Gromp.
Still riding double buff, so in a pretty happy spot.
But for the moment, it's going to be a lot of farming.
Yep. It's come to expect that, given how this series has gone. Those turrets are starting to fall, but Ever are now in a lane where the enemy top laner, or if we do see 2v2, has a turret to kite back to, so not quite that pick pressure we were talking about earlier.
Very true.
Don't have vision of Trace, so they're going to end up passing over a bit of experience in CS. Trace doing just fine in the 1v2, whereas you can see Rise is very much being run around the map. Picked up his Tia, but isn't going to get any of this experience in top compared to the Echo, who could be selfish and pick up CS, and Rise is going to join, so they're going to go for the mirror turret take to ensure that both side lanes are going to be bare when it comes to outer turrets.
Yep, makes sense. Meanwhile, in mid lane, things kind of progressing normally.
Difference in how this has gone is that less experience and crucially less gold onto a champion that needs to stack and hit item timings in Rise is a pretty big problem for Ever, of course coupled with the First Blood gold that Blanc was able to pick up.
Yeah. And here comes Winged. Tempt already on the run.
Oh,
trying
look
to get
at
away
this.
with Karma. Nice parallel convergence. Trace gets the stun on that Echo. Bless comes in. Can't save his mid laner, though. And another kill going over to Jin Air. The picks in the mid lane have been very good so far. And that's another one on to Blank.
And just
Blanc.
But it's Tempt, honestly, playing disrespectful. It's the second time in a jungle follow extended lane swap where he's pushed up and been caught. Now, the collapse from Jin Air was beautifully pulled off. You know, the parallel conversion just lying in wait when they chase him down with his flash down. But Tempt doesn't need to put himself in those scenarios. He's on Karma. He has a ranged auto attack. He has ability to farm from long range. Instead, gets too greedy for the harass with his flash still down and is thusly punished.
Yep. Teams trading turrets, though. So that will be even up.
The gold, and specifically the Rise, being at a disadvantage gold-wise is a big problem for Ever. Means that scaling is going to be later, and given what Jin Air pulled off in Game 1 when they had an advantage in early game pressure, which they've reciprocated and or put together again in this game, given how clean the early game has been. If we see another game where Ever's going to be forced into giving up multiple dragons, you know, multiple objectives, then we may actually see a return to the result of Game 1.
Yeah, maybe. I think it seems pretty possible at this point. I mean, it's still early in the game, but already Jin Air with about a 2,000 gold lead, and in 7.5 minutes, that's significant.
With 1,700 gold and a dragon that's not reflected in the gold graphs, so
Yeah.
certainly objectives upon objectives for Jin Air.
It's a big lead. Trace just pushing down that bottom lane, and he's got a very nice CS lead over Crazy right now.
We could honestly, given the fact that Karma's been on the back foot in mid, we could see Victor, you know, push in, put aggressive wards on the bot side. We could see Kindred play around the bot side, and then Rise, pre-Catalyst, pre-Rod of Ages, even with just the Catalyst, is really a right target to turret dive. So they don't need to stop this pressure phase onto the Rise, who's now slowly creeping up to CS, and maybe actually Echo's going to play around mid lane for a third time.
We'll see. Winged getting ready for maybe another play. No, had to take out the tunnel. Trace is there.
They're kind of waiting to see who oversteps more, the Rise or the Karma.
A while. Bliss coming up. Nope, turning around. Back towards the mid lane now. Thought maybe he was going to try for something up in top lane, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case. And now they're trying to catch Crazy, zoning him out with that parallel convergence. He flashes on that Rise. They're going to chase. Trace takes a lot of damage from the turret, but then just ults right back for the heal. And another easy gank for Jin Air. They have really been doing fantastically with catching the ESC Ever players in situations that they just can't get out of. It's like checkmate when you zone with that parallel convergence. What do?
Exactly. They have no good options. Every option you juke into. And it was the same at level 1 where Karma was like, crap, I can't juke in any fashion that will stop the Cosmic Binding from registering. So Chase set the pace, and from there, Jin has just been so smart at rotating around the map, picking up those kills, and just getting a massive gold and pressure lead. So if the team that's had the pressure in the early game, okay, it took Jin Air a long time to register the win, but the pressure in the early game, game 1, it was Jin Air. Game 2, it was Ever. It's once back again back to Jin Air, so looking pretty good for this lineup.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, in the late game, they do have Braum. They do have people who can face check like the Rek'Sai. They have the Tremor Sense. They have more information. There won't be the same free objectives in the late game that there was in game 1, but
By then, will the lead be too big to overcome?
that's the question, because they've already snowballed it further than you would have expected, even after the early level 1 gap from the mid lane.
Yeah. Yeah, this Victor for Blanc is going to be pretty scary, too.
And now they're playing the I hope Crazy looks really juicy and gets dived game.
Yeah.
It's pretty predictable, because the Ryze is so far pushed up.
Yep. Well, Bless coming up. Nice Cosmic Binding
Really
from
nice.
Che, actually. Yeah, prevented any chance of ever going through for a gank in the jungle.
I mean, they were fishing for an Ashe arrow with Ryze pushing up, with
Sure.
Rek'Sai pathing there, and so well denied by the lineup of Jin Air.
Yeah.
Ever have some pressure around the Dragon, but given the tenure of the early game, don't feel confident enough to start it, so we're just pushing back away. Ryze continues to desperately chase farm. The timings, we always talk about 13, 14-minute Rod of Age. It's not going to happen this game. Just purchased his Catalyst along with Boots, so Crazy been very well held.
He's catching up a bit in farm. Jin Air going for what's going to be their second dragon of the game as they try to take out this Cloud Drake. Ever's pretty close by, though, or at least a couple of them are. But is this Cloud Drake worth fighting over? Probably not.
Nope, but we kind of said the same thing about a lot of the dragons in game 1, and it became more about the fact that they put so many together than necessarily whether it was the mountain dragon or the...
Yeah, that's what it's going to be next.
Okay, so the mountain dragon's, again, one of those more massive ones you want to contest. Because the stacking was started so early, we could see something along the lines of 5, 6 dragons taken before. I believe it was 5 dragons, sorry, that can be taken before the Elder spawns, so...
Could be.
Doesn't mean there's going to be no Infernal this game, though.
That's right, yeah. Only 3 of the 4 dragons can spawn. So we do just have Cloud, Mountain, and Ocean this game.
Jin Air trying to rotate around mid. They have the 2 easy turrets down. They can walk up to the Karma and try and harass down this lane as well.
Yeah, here comes Loken. Maybe an arrow coming through here. Another nice Cosmic Binding. Chaos Storm dropped on the Tempt. He has to back away, so again, no hope of any sort of play just due to that damage now in the mid laner.
They need to set up defensive pinks on both sides of the map. Although they have a pink on bottom and top side of the map Ever, they really need to give as much cover for specifically Crazy as possible. Gonna see Karma just teleport to mid lane. Every time they take this Ryze, they're so well punished by Jin Air in terms of lack of pressure in lanes. Ryze has been well held in both games.
So do you think we're possibly seeing the beginning of decline for Ryze?
No, I don't
Teams
think
are
so.
kind of handling it now.
I don't think so. It's just it doesn't fit the Ever we know and love. When Ever's playing those proactive comps, they're so good at it that when they opt into champions like Ryze and they're punished for it, they look like they don't have the answers. I mentioned it. Ever a different team when able to play from ahead. So opting into Ryze, you're never going to be able to play from ahead in the early game, realistically speaking.
Jin Air even taking the Rift Herald now too. They are really getting everything this game.
Pretty much a carbon copy of Game 1, except earlier. That's the worry for Ever, is that although, yes, they have a better team comp, these dragons are coming earlier. There's going to be more of them to interact with the Elder Dragon unless they can start fighting to stop the stacking.
Well, the other thing to think about is that Ever did fight well in that first game towards the end, and they made it genuinely difficult for Jin Air to close it out. So, we'll see. I mean, Jin Air, of course, gaining a bigger lead earlier. But the problems still remain, and maybe with that Rek'Sai instead of the Kha'Zix, Ever might have a chance to get some late game teamfight wins and come back.
Definitely a strong possibility. I wouldn't even pencil in any sort of a victory for Jin Air. This is very much still competitive because they have a lot of power in the late game when it comes to 5v5, and because their comp makes more sense and can contest for more objectives when it comes to vision. Because remember, even if they don't have the vision down, even if they haven't had the map pressure, stuff like the Rek'Sai passive, the Tremor Sense, will give them the option to scope out the fights that they were completely denied because of the Kha'Zix pick in Game 1.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Janair trying to be a little bit more assertive in the enemy jungle. Nice little steal from Winged onto that Raptor.
This is kind of the best case scenario for Ever. Ashe is finding farm in bot lane. The Ryze is finding farm in top. If you're trading farm with this lead, Ever is very, very happy.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So it's going to be all on Janair engineering a scenario where they actually take an objective, a key objective, with Baron not on the map, with Dragon down. That key objective is mid lane turret. This is a scenario where you know Ever would engineer a very smart way to outnumber in mid lane and take that turret. And Janair, that's the one thing, is they haven't been as impressive at doing that as, oh.
Well, Bless has to flash over the wall to get out of there. Close call for the jungler on Ever.
Get another flash, they get the turret in mid-load. This is where they really need to claim it though, Janair, because Bless is definitely going to be on the back foot with no flash up.
Yeah. Nice poke from Temp there. Wing does have to back off.
Because the thing is that even if all they get is Ashe rotating to mid, it's not free farm and Ashe and bot lane. It's still drawing people to share CS when previously they've just been getting free CS and bottom top. So that's already a mini win for Janair, and they've got the turret low enough that the first time they make a decisive rotation, they will get mid lane turret down. So
yeah,
they're doing the smart thing. It's just not quite reaping the reward just yet.
Sure. Well, I'm just wondering, you know, will we see Janair pull back and start to play ultra safe, ultra defensively, you know?
That'll be a problem. That will be one of the few windows that right now haven't been opened for ESC Ever. That'll be one of the few windows that they could definitely creep through and actually get to that strong team fighting phase, use the picks that they have, and actually look for the sort of fights that even with an inappropriate comp and giving away Barons, they were honestly competitive in the late game in Game 1.
True.
Rod of Ages finally completed, but 16.5 minutes in for Ryze, so those timers we talked about, Seraph's Embrace is going to be significantly delayed, the Rod of Ages already significantly delayed.
Yeah.
Just really going to be a snare bot. Not much more than that at this point.
Trace getting some good damage onto that top lane turret, too.
It's just first item completions across the board for ESC Ever, whereas much more going on in the infantry so far for Janair.
Yep. Trace just seems like he's going to be really tough to dislodge from this top lane, you know? Dragon up in 10. About.
In between the three items, we know he will complete the Spirit Visage, the Sunfire Cape, and the Iceborne Gauntlet. If he feels powerful enough to just rush the Iceborne Gauntlet Sunfire and run at Ashe and fights, trivialize Loken, then
yeah,
it's pretty much operation complete. Success for the side of Janair.
Well, Janair going for that Mountain Drake, and there really doesn't seem to be anything that ESC Ever can do to stop them.
This is definitely the part where if I'm in Twitch chat, I'm asking live or rerun, because it's basically about as polar, about as similar to Game 1 as can be when it comes to objectives just piling up for Janair and Ever not even looking to contest them.
I want to see them close it out quicker, though. Tempered Fate does not connect for Jay. Just hits the turret, which doesn't really do them any favors.
Wing's gonna hop over.
Yep, brave move. Really wanted that Krug.
Doesn't get it. Janair still haven't found a way to put down that mid lane turret. That's, you know, that's where you can start being like, okay, they should have found a way by now.
Yeah.
They haven't even gotten any extra damage compared to when they chunked it about 5 minutes ago.
I mean, this is the issue with Janair, right? They seem to have this large edge. 4K gold about 18 minutes is pretty nice. And they just don't seem to be able to be decisive to, you know, push that as far as we see a lot of other teams do.
They're definitely not as good as Ever are at doing it, that's for sure. I think it's because it's one of those things where it feels like they have an extra error checker. If they were a PC program, they'd have more fail-safes than Ever. Ever take big risks, that's why they get punished. That's why someone like he is not playing tonight, ostensibly because he got caught out a lot in that series against CJ, even though they went on to win very comfortably. Whereas Janair, they error check, they fact check, they make sure that everything is clean, all the I's are dotted, all the T's are crossed, and sometimes they miss out on objectives that a team like Ever would take.
Yeah, that's right.
tutorial victory.
The Jin Air stall begins,
Yeah.
you know?
The creep towards a tutorial victory sometimes can, be punishing. So we'll see if they'll be put to the sword, because the items will slowly start to creep, and they're still not there. Crazy's still very, very far behind, but they will be there eventually. That's the inevitability. Even if you take down inhibitors, minions will push in. If you don't finish the game, you will get closer and closer to 6 items on all carries. So maybe that'll all be a moot point, but for now, you start to get a little bit worried. You're kind of squirming in your seat if you're a Jin Air fan.
Yeah. Oh, Winged and Bless find each other in the enemy jungle. Jay is there. Bless gets slowed down. Magical Journey brings prey over the wall, but they're not going to be able to follow through with any sort of game.
Just the recipe for the Seraph's Embrace. I imagine, given that he got the tier at a good timer, the Seraph's Embrace will be completed for Crazy when he gets the recipe. So starting to creep back in.
Yep, that's right. Jay just slamming temp with the Cosmic Binding, but nothing to bind to,
So what I want to see, so the question will obviously be, how could they have gotten this turret? Because they did rotate around mid, they made some good plays, they blew some flashes, it's just, they never had slow pushes, they never had the minions doing that extra work for them in multiple lanes to make it that lose-lose situation forever, and ever were able to do that in Game 2. So that's kind of the final piece of the puzzle. Not that they're bad at manipulating waves, it's just they don't have the foresight to be, this is our objective, this is how we do it, and this is where we need to be in 2 minutes' time when everything comes together and that ribbon on the end of it is mid lane turret.
Right.
So no gift wrapping for Jin Air is what I'm saying.
No.
They buy a nice present, it's just the gift wrapping.
They're like the type of person that likes receiving socks or something, you know? They're like,
I could
oh,
really
yes.
use a tie.
It's like, I can arrange this with all of my other socks. It will look perfect. And keep my feet warm sometimes.
Workmanlike.
Yep.
We'll finally get it, although...
They do. Che gets knocked up. Gets hit. Takes a lot of damage, but they do get the mid lane turret in the end. He's going to back off. Bless takes a big hit from the Chaos Storm. But that may be it for Jin Air. No, they're not going to pursue it any farther. So they'll be happy with that turret.
Minion wave, slow pushing in bot lane, so they just back away. There was no more realistic objectives to take in that scenario, so smart of them to back away. Crazy's overextended a little bit here.
Yep. Trace is going to try to take advantage of that. A little bit of damage, but it is top laner versus top laner, so you know he's safe.
Yeah, and just was able to walk out of the parallel convergence, so no stun coming through. 5 sack Rod of Ages, so again, 26:30 is the timer for Ryze. They finally lose the mid lane turret that was really Jin Air's earlier goal, so later than expected. And if there is no more advantages, Jin Air, if they can't force out either Baron Vision or get some inner turrets, really start to threaten the base of Ever, like another dragon would be lovely, but that's the only thing Ever's losing out on. Again, late game fighting phase in pretty even terms, given how poorly the early game win is really happy times for Ever.
Yeah. Pretty much. No Kha'Zix to mess things up this time either.
Nope. No bugs.
Yeah. You mean special features?
No bugs.
Literally is a bug.
Yeah, it's true.
Winged. Ooh. Oh, he had a ward there the whole time. In fact, they were standing right on it. Teleport bringing somebody in too. Jin Air are going to go and chase. They get an early kill onto Loken. That was a bizarre chain of events.
Yeah, Bless was playing around the Tremor Sense, so was Loken. Then he missed the arrow and realized he was going to get completely outfoxed.
I guess so.
Wing just turned around, killed him, level 13 and plenty of items, so that was definitely not the smartest play from Ever, and they should lose a lot from that.
Yeah, I think they probably will. Dragging up in about 25 seconds. You haven't seen what element it is just yet. Tier 2 turret under threat from Jin Air. Whoa, and meanwhile, Wing manages to find the kill on the attempt. Okay, well, that happened.
Oh, Blanc just ulted, the Rylai slowed him down,
yeah.
and we know what Wing can do in terms of damage on this Kindred. It's a really nice, aggressive play from Jin Air, finally showing shades of their game last week.
Looks like things are kind of starting to come apart for this Ever team as another Mountain Drag spawns. Jin Air can get that. That's going to help them close up this game pretty fast.
They're already all over it.
Oh, yeah. And that's going to make Baron go so much quicker, too. So that's also a pretty big deal from this.
Winged at this point's having a day out. 3-0-1, just basically soloed out the mid laner and the AD carry pretty happily in skirmishes and trades in the last few minutes, taking out another dragon. 4 spawns. We're actually going to see 6 dragons spawn this game.
Yeah.
Just the 5, actually.
Well, I don't know.
5 or 6. I'm not actually completely clear on that interaction, but yeah, the Rylai's slow's enough, and
Yeah.
Wing flashes past, is very quick with his build, both with the swiftness boot, with the Berserker Greaves, but also the Zeal, and chases down another kill. So nicely done by Jin Air.
We do see it as a Mountain Drake. I mean, this Karma pick, I mean, on paper you can see how this would work well, but it just doesn't seem like Tempt is just doing a great job with it.
I mean,
so you
Tempt
wonder if
was
they
on
over-prioritized the takeaway, you know?
I mean, Tempt was on the back foot from minute 1 when he
Yeah, I
walked into
suppose.
lane and died. So
Yeah.
Karma's again one of those champions that plays best from ahead. Was very well punished.
Right.
Crazy's trades look pretty good.
Crazy. Wow.
That went pretty sick.
Yeah.
So that's actually an issue for Trace. You know, he obviously went for Iceborne Gauntlet for chase pressure, but we'll finish the Spirit Visage at some point to be a lot more capable in those trades.
Yeah, I think Trace is just happy he got out of that without having to use his flash.
Yeah, there's the Spirit Visage. That's actually a big completion. He only had the Spectre's Cowl before.
Waiting at Baron. And is Jin Air going to go for this and try to force a fight?
It's the sort of objective that will be free in game 1, but Rek'Sai obviously has that extra information, and ever in a slightly better position to fight.
Yep.
2 items on their carries. Ryze is in bot lane, just kind of walking around, so he's not going to be able to get the home guards. He's kind of walking into lane. He wants to pick up CS, obviously, given that he's Ryze, but he's trying to balance both charging up spells so they can show up with his passive procs, but also pick up any minions where possible.
Yeah. Send Trace down to the bot lane to push up some of these minions. Doesn't have that teleport yet, but it's pretty close.
That's actually really big. So Bless actually smited away the Rift Herald as it was low, so now they have the permanent vision over Baron.
Ah.
Actually could be pretty massive when it comes to Ryze being able to enter lane and get CS, because this would obviously be much more risky if they couldn't get guaranteed vision around the Baron.
Right. Oh, speaking of that,
Tricky
though,
stuff.
Jin Air, yeah, taking a sneaky Baron from the back of the pit. Bless is going to find them, though, and they're going to turn onto him, popping that Sivir
Just
though,
to run
just
away.
to get away, yeah. Yep, just to run away, the Jin Air way.
But guess what happens when you have a tank jungler? They can actually base check things and work that stuff out.
I suppose so.
So crisis averted forever. They do not give up a free Baron. More stacking time. Still quite a long way behind in gold, over 7,000.
Pretty massive lead at this point in the game.
And you know, you outlined that the next dragon is a Mountain Drake. Remember, that's 3 Mountain Drakes in a row. So
True.
those come down, and specifically the Elemental Drake comes out. Baron, even without a team that's massively good at Baron, because this is actually a good Baron team with Echo, and specifically this Kindred. That Kindred Bloodraiser, and in general, the build is going to be doing so much damage. We're doing 45% bonus true damage to both the dragons and the turrets. So turrets and neutrals are going to explode if they do confirm both this next Mountain Drake and the Elemental.
Yeah, and you got to think that Jin Air's probably just going to wait for that, you know? Get him first and then make their big push.
I think if you're going to bet on waiting in a Jin Air game, you're probably going to be doing just fine.
Yeah. If you love waiting, you will not be disappointed. Oh, Trace back over the wall for some damage onto Crazy, trying to do work. Does a little bit, but again, he's only a top laner.
Let's see. More wave clear wars. Credit to Loken, where even with all these turrets down, has been able to find farm. Is 40 CS behind Sivir, but given the fact that he's Ashe, you know, a champion that can definitely be caught and chased down by things like a Bard Ultima or even just Winged showing up behind him, being competitive in CS in a game like this is actually super hard to pull off.
Yeah.
As the Ashe, especially when he can't just go sit in mid, because Karma is a champion that needs blue, and honestly, given how much he's been ganked, has to kind of be in the shortest lane possible.
Right. Everett's trying to hold on to whatever part of their own jungle they can hold on to at this point.
Very intriguing to see if Crazy goes for Abyssal Scepter or Guardian Angel, because Guardian Angel will be, I want to frontline and fight as much as possible, and Abyssal would be more of a trading item. Does have a Karma, so obviously you get a lot of value out of the Abyssal Scepter aura.
I suppose.
Winged is definitely the true terror, 2 levels above his opponent, plenty of damage items.
Oh, arrow goes wide, but it hits. Ends up hitting Blanc in the end anyway, but no follow-up from that.
Well, Loken's not having an off day on these Ash arrows. I'm going to put that out there.
Yeah, not looking good. Uh-oh, Totoro has to flash away. He's in a bit of trouble here.
Oh, boy.
Nice tempered
This
fade.
bad times.
Here's the follow-up teleport, bringing Trace in there. A kill already for Blanc. Yes, he ever on the run. There goes the tier 2, and Trace just all over Loken. Goodbye, Ash. And now, Jin Air primed in position to either go for the that last Mountain Drake, or they can go right for Baron. Looks like Baron's going to be the call for the moment.
This is definitely a scenario where both is a very realistic objective. They're going to start with the Baron, the more difficult one to engineer, with those 2 Mountain Drakes dying pretty damn fast.
Wow, imagine if it was 3. It will be soon, probably. That Baron just getting insta-give, basically. Trace still pushing Bless back.
Let's call out Che. What a wonderful ultimate there, clipping
Yeah.
both the Ash and also the other member, taking them out very easily. That was a massive team fight changing ult to cement what has been a really nice, clean game. Do you remember? Still no kills on the board forever.
Yeah. Only 2 turrets, otherwise they'd be looking at a shutout. Pretty dominant game so far for Jin Air. 10,000 gold ahead, and now they will get that 3rd Mountain Drake stack.
Oh boy.
That is pretty terrifying.
Now, if any ranged auto attack against any free time with these turrets, they're going to go down. It's not going to be an extended siege against Ever. They're going to basically wait out the Mantra Q from Karma and then just all in on a turret. It will explode almost instantly.
Well, I mean, if you think, too, about what the Elder Dragon is going to do for this Mountain Drake buff, too, I mean, you don't even need Baron with that. Whoa, Loken taking some hits. Totoro chases Trace off, but yeah, I mean, if they can get the Elder Dragon along with those 3 Mountain Dragons, they can really just kind of steamroll their way through the base at that point.
Yeah, attack speed 80 carries with the Mountain Drake stacking are just insane, so
Yeah.
they have 2 of those already, so they're in prime position to exploit one of those edge cases we kind of embrace that have come out of these elemental dragons.
Yep. Winged and crazy.
Don't do that.
1v1. Wow, when your jungler can 1v1 the Rise, that's not a good sign. Winged. Whoa, Ash Arrow barely misses again. This has just not been Loken's day with these Ash
Look, there's a
Arrows.
turret. Oh wait, the turret's gone.
Yeah, that was gone very, very quickly. Look at the damage onto this inhibitor. Holy cow. And we just saw Winged 1v1ing the Rise as well.
And just casually
That
sidestep an arrow. He buffered his ultimate too early, so he cast that. Probably feels bad about that one.
Yep.
Doesn't matter.
Oh well.
There's a turret.
Tempered Fate, they catch Loken, and they catch Totoro as well. Turn a bit low, that's a big damage Chaos Storm from Blanc. 1 kill already, Loken gone, and this game may not end up being too long, as Jin Air looks like they're ready to end it right here, right now. Mid inhibitor gone, bottom inhibitor gone. They're going to close it out with the 3rd one, and with no AD carry, what's to stop them?
3 Mountain Drakes
finishing
too.
it off? That's what'll do it, and man, talk about some structure damage. Holy cow! Jin Air puts the period on the end of that sentence. GG.
Well, Jin Air going to be looking for the favorable rolls on the Mountain
Man.
Dragons in the future, because when they get some Mountain Drakes, they look really clean in closing out a game. It wasn't a perfect game, but it was oh so close. Literally only 2 turrets being taken down by Ever separated this from being a perfect game from Jin Air. So my prediction is off. It is 2-1 to Jin Air. They look so much cleaner in Game 3. They learned a lot from Game 1. Even though Ever had a cleaner comp, Jin Air played better. That's the most important thing, is we can actually draw attention to how well Jin Air played and drafted, rather than kind of shaking our head at some of the missteps from Ever.
That's right. In the end, Kindred actually the highest damage to champion for Jin Air. Interesting.
Well, she was skipping past people and murdering people undering enemy turrets, so that's
That is true.
that's pretty much what happened there. And also, a lot of credit has to go with Che. Both that late game Bard ultimate, but more importantly, taking the Karma versus Victor matchup and just flipping it on its head by going for that level 1 gank, getting a successful kill. Karma was basically a complete non-factor in Game 3, and credit Jin Air. They showed us the Jin Air that we saw glimpses of in their first series, finally here in Game 3.
Che's my MVP for this game.
It's probably going to be the jungler. It's probably going to be Kindred.
I know. I mean, Kindred did a lot of damage, but Che had such great ults. He had, like you said, that great gank early on. That was just some really, really good Bard play.
It was excellent. It's not something I expect from Che, although he's one of those guys who played quite a bit of Bard last season as well. So crazy that in an EVER series, we're not talking about Key on his Bard, but Key wasn't playing. Not that Totoro made any massive missteps. It's that Che, he was the one that dictated this game. Again, it was Peekaboo-esque in terms of showing up in mid lane, getting a kill, not even just blowing a summoner, but getting that kill involvement. And Karma died second time before Flash was up. Again, you have to give the assist to Che, even though he wasn't even there for that. It's all about early pressure. And in a lane swap, EVER showed disrespect. They stepped up. They overpushed their boundaries in the early game. Jin Air kept getting those early kills, and EVER will need to watch VODs like that and adjust because they make predictable errors. Just like the scouting report against EVER was, Key loves to go for aggressive roams. Kill him when he's in your enemy jungle. Now it's in an extended lane swap. They will get greedy for CS. They will move across that midpoint of mid lane. Gank them for it.
Yeah, sounds like good advice, Papa Smithy. And so it seems like, too, that last game, Jin Air closed it out quickly for Jin Air. Sure. It was about 32 minutes or so, which is a quick game for them. But how much of that do you think was decisiveness, or how much do you think of that was actually just the buffs they had, all those Mountain Drakes? I mean, because you think if they're going to be killing objectives slower than that, they're probably going to back off. It's probably going to be another hour game. So have Jin Air really progressed from last year?
Yes.
Or last season, I should say.
Yes, but the Mountain Dragons did a lot of help there. Yeah. It's one of those things where we kind of pointed out they took a long time to take that outer mid lane turret. They eventually got it. But if you remember some of those later trades, it would have been one dragon or one turret for those picks rather than necessarily just exploding the base and ending it. That was a much faster clip than expected.
Right, so let's take a look at our MVP.
Hey!
Che, all right. Justice has been served.
They heard us.
That's right.
Our director was listening and was like, make it Che.
Make it Che.
And he made it so.
That's right. Che played a really amazing Bard. That was a great game, great ultimates, great ganks. Here's his gank right at level 1 that helped Blanc get off to a really good start.
Temp tried to duke forward, then he was like, wait, I'm still in front of a wall. Crap. He's just reactively fast. Did this double.
His tempered fates were so good.
He was great. I mean, his cosmic bindings were great also. Both abilities so central. And I love the fact that we can give an MVP to someone who had a 50% kill participation, next to someone like Wing that was turret diving and getting kills. All of this game was basically dictated by Che in the first 3 minutes. And that's a cool thing to see. So very well played by Che.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing to think about, too, is Blanc was doing so much damage on that Victor so quickly. I mean, he got something like 3 kills fairly early on. They were kind of handed to him on a silver platter, but
that last one where
he made him work.
The last one where they barred ultimate, and they just plopped out his ultimate before the barred ultimate was up, and then Ashe died. I was like, all right, then. You're doing some damage over there, Victor, apparently.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what a great ultimate, too, just to catch the bot lane right on the edge of that by the turret. Set things up, and, yeah, that was it. So, Jin Air getting the 2-1 victory over ESC EVER tonight. It was close. It was our first 3-game set. EVER looked good in game number 2. That Kazakhs pick in game number 1, you got to wonder if that had been a different champion. They would have had a good chance to win this. This could have easily been a 2-0 for ESC EVER, too.
I think they can throw away the Kazakhs pick. I don't think that's something that's going to bug them in the future, but it's those other mistakes. It's things like their overextensions that they really need to fix, because those are issues that will continue to crop up unless they address them. So they're so polished in some areas, like in Game 2, I was kind of going gaga over how smart they were playing the map. It's just the issues are also as stark as their strong points, so they need to address those if they're going to be that top team.
Right. And, I mean, they are, arguably a rookie team, right? I mean, this is their first season in LCK. They were in Challenger last season.
But they don't have like crazy experienced players. It's still very much a rookie lineup.
Right, and you see those rookie errors, and we saw some of that tonight. But still, you got to say these guys are definitely a step above the average rookie team to come into the league.
Well, that's the crazy thing is they have rookie problems, but also like things that seasoned teams don't do well enough. They actually already have as a strength in their bows. So it's kind of exciting and you're kind of excited but also understanding at the same time. So that's why every series EVER plays, you look for adaptation, you look for improvement.
Yeah,
because
that's right.
The foundation is super solid. The ceiling is clearly very high. It's just putting that together with the solid foundations on their weaknesses, too. When they overcome those weaknesses, I think playoffs, look, it's still very early in the season. They're now 1-1.
Very, very early in the season.
But if you told me right now, ESC EVER a playoff team, I'd say they're on course to be one.
Certainly could be. Yeah, I mean, well, if Africa can make the playoffs, anybody can, right?
Oh, it was a weird season last season.
It was a very weird season.
It's going to be a weird season this season.
You know, here's one of my official season predictions, though. This will
listening.
not be a season where the Tigers dominate the regular season. They're not going to do it this time.
I mean, I think that's fair. I mean, there's not going to be a 17-1 team, is what you're saying.
Yeah, that's right.
I think that's a fair call.
I mean, they already aren't, but
they could still be 17-1.
well, sure, but I mean, they're already not looking very dominating. That's what I'm saying. But I think we're going to maybe look at our next matchups, and maybe that's just it.
We're not sure.
Yeah, could be either
We're
one,
winging
really.
it over here.
Totally winging it. Yeah, we got some pretty sick music, though.
I'm enjoying it.
I'm just kind of waiting.
This
to see
sounds
what
like
happens.
Bionic Commando.
It does a little bit,
Yeah.
Or if they made like a new Contra game.
Yeah.
You know? I can see this as being part of it.
Metal Slug remix.
Yeah, that's right. Groovy. You know, I gotta imagine there's probably graphics talking about the future matchups going on maybe on the Korean side of things.
I know that
We're
have
just getting the music, though.
KT vs. Rocks Tigers is one of our 2 best of 3s tomorrow.
We'll be back tomorrow.
Yes, it will be the Papadoa podcast returning once more.
Hop and doing.
Yeah.
Yep, that's right. But tomorrow, the match, or at least the first match anyway, will be in the studio here on OGN. So that'll be cool. It's much, much better to have the audience in there,
Sure.
to have the players here, to get that energy. You know, it's a big difference, honestly.
Sure, you feel it, but at least the series they delivered. It was a really interesting one. I know that some of it kind of lagged in Jin Air fashion, but Game 3 was a bit more merciful. I think the right team won at the end of the day, but another game where the Elemental Dragons threw a curveball, and it's going to be fun to track that as teams right now really prioritizing it, and the teams that do seem to win.
Yeah, very true. You know, this song could also be from like a Command and Conquer game or something.
But an early one.
Yeah, early one.
Will this be like a Tanya mission or something?
Something like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely on the Russian side. No, what was it? Was it the Russian side or?
Axis?
No. Because I'm thinking like Command and Conquer Red Alert.
Yeah.
I think there was a Russian side.
I believe there was.
It was U.S. and Russian, right?
They were very red, so yeah.
I just picked Russian. I just built Tesla coils. all
Yeah,
day.
of
That
course
was
you
it.
did.
Yeah, Tesla coils and guard dogs. That's it.
Yeah.
That's right. It's fun stuff. Playing the Death March song over and over again. Or Hell March. That's what it was called.
Hell March,
Yeah,
okay.
that's right.
Command & Conquer should
Yeah.
come back one day.
Well, it tried.
I
and
know.
it failed really hard. So
got canceled in development.
I know. I actually played that game, too.
The beta.
No.
Oh, that game. Oh, the one they did was because they actually released a beta of an online game and canceled that too.
I played the really early one that never saw the light of day. But it was
Wow.
pretty good.
Inside connections, though, are nice.
You know how it is. Well, guys, there's still music going
Yeah,
on.
that means we keep talking.
I guess, yeah. It's kind of it's a different season, that's for sure. Not as structured as maybe it was in the past.
I mean, scheduled, but structured now. It's 1 week officially over because, of course, Wednesday was where we started last week. So
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Even though we are into our second week, technically.
No
This-
Talia this week, guys. If you're wondering, it is patch 6.10 with Talia disabled for the remainder of this week.
Yep, that's right.
Talia hype next week. We're not sure, but hopeful.
Yeah, do you think that'll actually be integrated into Pro Play right
That
away?
old, man. That old 7-second wall that's global. Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah.
Is it going to be there
I don't
right
know-
away?
I don't know about
Well,
right
it's
away.
Banned right away, maybe.
I mean, Korea's weird, and sometimes they're way ahead, and sometimes, like, Jinx sees no play, Ash sees no play after a rework, so you're never quite sure, but I'm licking my lips at the potential of what Talia can bring in competitive play.
Me too. Yeah, it's going to be fun. The old, like, rock surfer
Yeah.
thing. I don't know. She has the ability to control large zones of space, too,
Yes.
which is interesting. A little bit bigger than we're used to, honestly.
Honest, I don't disagree. I mean,
Yeah.
people say she's underpowered, but, you know, I saw Bjergsen streaming her today. Looks pretty damn good. I'm optimistic. I don't know if we're going to see it instantly, but I think it's going to shape the meta moving forward.
Yeah. How's she a support, though?
Not so good.
Oh.
Capable, but not so good. You're definitely not going to be riding the ultimate in as support.
Oh, well. You're not going to be, like, doing that
No.
right down the bot lane or
Yeah.
something? Just split that bot lane in half.
Yeah.
Yeah. That sounds
With your
good.
Ashe, who now can't escape because you split the bot lane.
Yeah. Oops.
I'm helping.
Get under turret. Yeah.
Oh, dear.
You just kind of cut it off, you know?
I'm going to avoid solo queuing with you at any point. Or dynamic queuing with
That's
you. My
that's a
apologies.
wise idea.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no solo queue.
No.
Well, we'd be duo queue anyway, but it's not dynamic. Well,
No.
be dynamic. If
It
I
will
was
be a
playing.
dynamic queue because it's Papa Doe. Come on now.
It's true. It's true. I wouldn't play Talia, though. I'd probably play some Annie. I haven't played some Annie support in a while. It'd be fun.
Drop the bear.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm Australian. I know about drop bears.
It's true. But The Bear Tibbers is different.
Yes, true.
Yeah. Well, guys, we've been talking for a while now, and there's no graphics or anything like that. Got a feeling if I tried just to end the show here, it probably wouldn't work, would
Nope.
it?
No, it wouldn't.
And gonna have to have a conversation about this one.
Yeah.
And,
Let's talk about cool stuff.
yeah. I meant about this occurrence right here.
Oh, right.
Yeah, with the staff later.
Are you making notes, though?
Mental notes.
Just go on what we scripted for the third thing to talk about.
Oh,
It's
sure.
on your page.
Right. Oh, let me look. Oh, my goodness. You're right. It is on the page. Oh, the music's starting over now. Jeez.
That's the loop.
What is going on? What is this nightmare hell world we've entered into? What is this?
This is LCK.
Oh, it's gone. Music's just gone.
Wait, is that a good thing
Are
or
we
a bad
done?
thing? Probably not.
All right. So, well. Yeah. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Great.
You know?
This is cool. Should we just try to end the show? Just
No,
try to-
no. We got to
Thanks
keep
for-
going.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We're going to go till the bitter end, till they tell us that actually they cut off the recording 30 minutes ago.
What could possibly be happening right now?
Everything. Nothing.
Like, really?
Well, it's 11:28.
Oh! Whoa!
Yeah!
What was that? What was that? What could have possibly been
That is a
going on
rite
the
of
other stream?
initiation,
I
duh.
have no idea.
That was probably the interviews, actually.
Jeez.
That was probably the Korean interviews.
One can only assume. Ever losing 1-2 to Generic Green Wings tonight. It was a fairly close-ish series, but Generic clearly looking like the more experienced team in the end. And so that will put them up to number 2. Of course, they have won 2 matches, but due to the 2-1 victory, they are 1 point behind Samsung.
So we still see Katie Rolster, who can very shortly jump up to equal second place if they are able to 2-0 the next game. But
Yeah.
Ever now joins the pack, with Afrika. A slightly better win rate overall, but things to improve on. But once again, Game 2 was really clean by them. So a solid foundation and a good early showing by this new challenger team.
Yeah, exciting to see what they're going to come up with later in the season. So tomorrow night, we have the Rocks Tigers versus MVP. Should be interesting. Rocks Tigers and MVP both still looking for their first win of the season. And then Longju Gaming versus KT Rolster. Longju is still looking like, unfortunately for them, maybe one of the worst teams in the league unless they can really turn things around. And of course, on Thursday, SK Telecom returns versus CJ Entis. Gave SKT a little bit of a break. They needed one. They won spring season. They won MSI. They deserved a vacation. They are back, and they've got, honestly, what looks to be a pretty easy opponent, CJ Entis.
Exciting to see the MSI champions back on the Korean stage. Just a couple of days away. And then we also have matches, of course, LCK 6 days a week. So Eva will be back to take on Rocks Tigers. And this one, I think, will definitely be shaped by how the Rocks Tigers game goes. If they just dominate as expected tomorrow, then Eva might come in heavy underdogs. But if it's actually a competitive series once again, who's to say how things will go?
Yeah, Samsung versus MVP as well. Then on Saturday, KT Rolster versus SK Telecom. The Telecom War on Saturday should be interesting. Again, depending on how the games go earlier in the week, that's really going to set the tone for this one. And then to finish things off, CJ Entis versus Afrika Freaks. A battle of teams that can both kind of use some wins. Afrika has one already, but they wouldn't mind adding another one on there.
If you just recap the results, it's looking very likely, SKT have a pretty soft first game, KT have a very winnable game tomorrow, so looking very likely that Telecom Wars could be against 2 undefeated teams.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. We'll see. And the big question, too, is, we had the interview with the SK Telecom coach that said, don't expect a lot from these guys early in the season. They've had time now to practice a bit on 6.10 to get used to the Elemental Dragons. And so we'll see. We'll see if they really are a little bit weaker than we're used to, or if they've had some time to adapt. I hope they've taken some time to rest. You need rest. You can't do this 52 weeks a year, man, 24/7. It will destroy you. You need some time because you just can't play well unless you're mentally focused.
We've learned anything about SKT, it's that we can only really judge their season right at the end. They had such a struggle in the first round robin. People were ready to write them off, and then we all know how that went. So
I knew all
But we all had a pretty good idea they weren't the 7th best team in LCK.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Well, thanks for watching some LCK Summer tonight, guys. From the OGN studio, I'm Doa. That's Papa Smithy. We'll be back tomorrow night with the fans, with the players in-house. It's going to be awesome. See you then. Well, I tried.
You did.
Who knows?
Valiant
I made
effort,
I made a guess. I rolled the dice. Wasn't time to end the show yet.
Dangun decides that, though.
I guess so. Well, guys, see you tomorrow for 2 more matches.
I know I should let it go, take a different road when I'm driving home, but I don't want to. Get your number from my phone instead of calling, asking if you're all alone, but I don't want to. Stay away.